Eagles fans. This is Marc Lynch, business manager of IBEW Local 98 here in Philadelphia. We are proud to be sponsoring tonight's NFL Draft coverage here on 6 ABC. Go Birds!
It's the biggest, most important draft in the history of this Philadelphia football franchise. It will determine the outcome of the season for the next 5 years and beyond before a down is ever played. Welcome to the JAKIB Media Sports NFL Draft Special. Live on 6abc.com from Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Presented by First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. IBEW Local 98, 6ABC, and United Healthcare. Let's go, Philly. Let's get this draft show underway. EAGLES, Eagles.
And welcome into the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98, live from Ocean Resort Casino, Top Golf. I am Rob Ellis, along with, to my immediate left, Derek Gunn, Marc Farzetta, Seth Joyner. Fellas, we made it. We finally made it. Let's be real. The last month has been tough because we sit there and we say, what's going to happen? How's it going to happen? How's it going to play out? But guess what? We finally find out, at least when it comes to the first round, how it goes. Let's start with you, D-Gun. What is your sense of this thing? Let's talk from an Eagles perspective. Sitting here at 10-30, how does this thing shake out? Is this going to be a splash night or a standard pat 10-30? This is how it's going to go.
If you know anything about Howie Roseman, there's no such thing as standing pat with Howie Roseman.
That's correct.
Howie can't sit still. He has to make a move of some kind. When you take into consideration they don't have a pick in the 4th, 5th, or 6th round, Howie likes to have those middle round picks. I think they'll stay where they are with that 10th pick. I don't think there's one way that they're going to draft at 30 with that second pick, which means they're going to move down and try to get some more draft capital.
All right, we'll work our way down. Marc?
I believe Howie Roseman right now has a red dot that is on Jalen Carter. He has him targeted. He has him in his crosshairs, and that's the man he wants to go up and get. That would be a splash pick. That would be a sexy pick, and that would be a pick that the Eagles will do what they always love to do, which is make sure their trenches are stronger than the other guys' trenches. And Jalen Carter, I believe, is the guy that Howie Roseman is the number one guy that he's going after today.
Seth Joyner, aggression?
Jalen Carter is the need in this draft. How are you going to replace 11 sacks lost with Javon Hargrave gone out the door? You're going to get him from Fletcher Cox? Probably not. You're going to get him from Milton Williams? Probably not. I expect for Howie to do something to shake this up. You know, they've got 2 2s next year and a boatload of compensatory picks next year. I look for him to package maybe 30 up or 2 from next year and be able to move up into the top 10, lower than 10, and be able to go get Jalen Carter.
There is no way he stays pat. There is absolutely no shot that he sits there at 10-30. I think both picks, they're not picking either one of those spots. I think they're going to try and get up. I agree with Seth. I think Carter's the target. I think Marc's dead on with that. If Carter's not there, then maybe a move back, and there's no way they're using that 30. I think they're going into the second round.
You know, a lot of people have said, well, why would you want to approach Carter considering he has the off-the-field issues? He has this tainted record. And people that I've talked to inside the building over the past week have said consistently, and I said, when he gave me this answer, I said, wow. They said performance equals tolerance, which means when you have that much talent, they're willing to give you a little bit more leeway. And when you look at the structure of this team on both sides of the football, whether they go offense or defense, and I'm in unison with all of you, I've said it 2 consecutive weeks that Jalen Carter is their target. They have enough veteran presence in that locker room to keep them in line, to teach them the right way. When you talk about the Brandon Grahams, the Fletcher Coxes, guys like that, the Lane Johnsons, Jason Kelsey's, whoever the case may be, these guys are still here because they epitomize what this organization stands for. High character. You don't step out of line. You don't make us look bad. You don't embarrass us in any way, shape, or form. You don't cause us to have to scramble and send out unnecessary statements. That is what they have been consistently throughout their career. Plus, Jalen Carter has a couple of his old buddies from Georgia already in-house who understand the Eagles culture that can help him help teach him as well.
Let me take it a step further. And by no means, am I trying to cover for Jalen Carter. But what 19, 20-year-old hasn't done something stupid and been drag racing in a car, okay? Terrible accident, loss of life. I get it. I understand. What kid under that pressure would go to the combine under the type of pressure that he was under and then leave the combine, have his pro day, and not have it psychologically affect him, all the chatter that has been going on about him slipping and sliding and so forth and so on and so forth. And he goes into his pro day, he's 9 pounds overweight. Listen, that kid was an absolute beast on the field. And I just keep hearing that, the kid's not a bad kid. I reached out to some people. The kid's not a bad kid. He just did something stupid. And we all at 18, 19, 20 years old have done stupid things. Should that penalize him? Should the Eagles really be worried about that? If they've done their homework, they know that he's a good kid. And if they feel that he's a good kid and he's not a worry, then you don't even worry about that.
And there's two things I trust. Look, I think the Eagles are as good as any team, if not better than any team, at vetting players. We know that. We know the people that are involved. If he's not that guy, they won't go anywhere near him. I trust the Eagles in that sense. The other thing further on that, Seth, not only is he, in my opinion, we could argue Bijan Robinson, and we'll get into that, guys, but he could be argued as the best player available. And it's a need. Fletcher Cox isn't getting any younger. We don't know about Milton Williams as a guy who's got to have his snaps.
That's why I said he's the need.
And you had, like you mentioned, a huge loss with 11 sacks with Javon Hargrave.
I would also say this. Dom DeSandro is the best in the NFL in terms of doing background checks on players. Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, take his word as the Bible. They don't take a player without Dom's approval. Dom has contacts in every NFL city, police contacts, any contacts you want in every NFL city to find out any and everything he needs to know about a particular player. If the Eagles select somehow, some way, even if they have to move up to select Jalen Carter, it is because Dom DeSandro has put the green light on the pitch.
Yes.
And Howie Roseman even shouted him out earlier, or a week ago, during his press conference. I mean, you talked about the veteran leadership that this Eagles team has when it comes to the Eagles culture. And every single free agent that's signed here or has even been traded here have all said the same thing about Eagles culture and what they do here in this locker room. On top of that, the guy behind the scenes, which is why I was surprised that he got the shout-out from Howie Roseman, is Dom DeSandro. I don't know too many other guys that are head of security for any teams that are getting shout-outs during press conferences when talking about potential draft picks that could be coming to Philadelphia to help this team win.
And Seth, that's the thing, man. I mean, look, it takes two to tango. So you can want all you want to get up and try and get them. It doesn't mean something else couldn't happen, that they could end up getting an offensive lineman and whatnot. But we know when Howie sets his mind to something, he's already sniffing things out. He's already sniffing out scenarios. He's already smelling blood in the water. There's chum. And when Howie senses that, he pounces. And like you pointed out, he's got options next year. Yes, the cupboard's a little bit bare this year, but there's a lot of options for next year if you want to move some parts.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about, moving parts. Any one of these teams, in the top 5 or 6 could wind up taking Jalen Carter. Now they've got to pivot and try to think about, okay, what do we do now? I don't think you pull the trigger until Jalen Carter falls to maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And now you start to maneuver to be able to move down and go get him. But if somebody goes off schedule, in that top 4 or 5 and they take him, now all of a sudden you got to figure out, what the next move is. And believe it or not, hey, listen, the Eagles, according to reports, have had conversations with Seattle. Seattle is really the team that slotted to take him. They've had conversations lately with Seattle. They had conversations also with Atlanta at 8. So I think they're kind of shaking the bushes to see how this thing is going to pan out and try to figure out, can we get him? Can we get to 5 and get him with a deal with Seattle? Will he fall to 8? But there's no doubt about it. If he's their target, they're going to have to move down to get him.
When you look at the way this draft is slotted right now, if we are to believe everything we're hearing, look at the 9 teams that are currently in front of the Eagles. There's a good probability 3 quarterbacks are going in the top 4 picks. Unless Houston does something to garner more picks, they still have the 12th pick overall so they can get their quarterback there. 6 of the other teams in that first round before the Eagles all need defensive help, but there's a caveat there. The Chicago Bears also need a left tackle. They also need another running back. Atlanta could use a running back, meaning could it be Bijan Robinson, who everybody wants here in Philadelphia? So if some of those players start coming off the board, other players are sliding down right to where the Eagles want. But as we know, and as we've seen in past drafts, if a team wants a player bad enough, they do any and everything they can to try to move their way up to get that much closer to that.
Remember, they got from 13 to 2 to get Carson Wentz when they really wanted Carson Wentz back.
There you go.
So don't forget that. There is a little bit of news here, fellas. So the Arizona Cardinals and the Eagles have agreed on a settlement on an issue concerning an instance of impermissible contact by Arizona during its head coaching search this past January. Seth's favorite guy, Jonathan Gannon, is who we're referring to. The Cardinals self-reported to the National Football League. The general manager, Monty Osenfort, had a conversation with then Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon in the days following the NFC Championship game, a period during which contact is not permitted under the league's anti-tampering policy. To resolve the matter between the two clubs, the Cardinals and Eagles have agreed to swap third-round picks in 2023. The Cardinals received the Eagles' fifth-round pick in 2024. So they're swapping out basically the Eagles trade, 94 and a fifth-rounder in 2024 for the Cardinals, 66.
Mm-hmm. The interesting thing about this move is this means that Howie Roseman will be waiting longer now, as it's set right now this year, to make a pick between the third round and then again in the fifth round. So there's about 125. That's now up to about 145 picks that will pass without Howie Roseman as it stands right now without making a pick. And I guarantee that's not happening.
All right. So Jonathan Gannon, the gift that keeps giving there. So a couple other things.
Yeah.
Let's do it because we've now gone over 12 minutes without bringing up his name in any kind of meaningful fashion. I'll start with you, Derek. Bijan Robinson.
Here we go.
How realistic is this thing? Because the Eagles haven't drafted a running back since Seth's teammate, Keith Byers, in 1986. Could it happen this year? Could they snap that streak?
There is a possibility it could happen. I go back to something Howie said in his most recent press conference. He said just to take a player, and if that player doesn't pan out, means it's a wasted pick. We're looking for uniqueness in a player. Bijan Robinson has that uniqueness, but because of their history, I don't see the Eagles taking a running back at number 10. They have other concerns. Everybody I've talked to is adamant they need to improve on that defense. You know, look at Brandon Graham, 35 years of age. You look at Fletcher Cox. You don't know what you're going to get from Derek Barnett, who's coming back off that torn ACL. We know what Josh Sweat is, but this Eagles team likes to have more of a dominant presence. The more firepower you have in the trenches, the more pressure it takes off your linebackers and your secondary personnel.
What linebackers?
Yeah, they're thin.
There you go. No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. So they think if we can get more heat on the quarterback, that kind of masquerades some of the deficiencies we have in some other areas. And I know people have been clamoring for Bijan. You know, we've seen all the comments when we've talked about it on our Sports Take show. People are like, you don't know what you're talking about, yada, yada, yada. I will tell you this. Every time I've talked to somebody in that building, they've said Bijan is on our priority list, but here's our other priority. So that tells me that as much as they want to get him, not at that spot.
I think if there is going to be a year where they break the trend, it's going to be this year. The
Okay.
two first-round picks, and granted, I only see the Eagles making one of those picks. I don't think they end up picking at 30. But I'll say this, with the 10th pick asset, so whether they trade up or trade back, if they end up trading back, which they could very well do, being that they have limited picks this year, this isn't the normal Howie Roseman draft that we're used to seeing where you have at least 7, 8, 9 picks in this draft. You could need assets later. So if they do trade back for some of those assets, that would be more along the lines where you could either get Bijan Robinson or you could get Gibbs, for instance, and you have that need as well. As much as I like what Rashad Penny could bring you, you can't mention his name without saying if he stays healthy. I like Kenny Gainwell a lot. Can he be the guy to take most of the workload? I don't think he can at this point. So that running back room is pretty thin at this point. If you're betting the safe bet here at Ocean Casino, the safe bet is being able to bet on maybe the undrafted free agent that the Eagles invest in. But if there was a year to break the trend, there's two guys in this draft that could help this team now in Gibbs and obviously Robinson.
All right, Seth, you're chopping at the bit.
Not a chance. Not a chance. So let me throw this at you. You know, when you're talking about top 10 picks, you got to consider the salary cap. That's a part of it. Would he be a fantastic fit for this offense? Absolutely. But look at all the weapons you have already. The Eagles have been a running back by committee team for the last, 8, 9 years? I don't really see that changing. So then when you start talking about the salary cap, the difference between paying a guy $10 million opposed to paying a Miles Sanders $6 million, which you weren't willing to do, you really think that they're going to pick a running back and have to pay him $10+ million at number 10? Not going to happen. It doesn't make any sense. For that, then go ahead and sign Miles Sanders back. But at the other end of the spectrum, listen, you've got Rashard Penny. They're high, very high on Kenneth Gainwell.
Yes.
You still got Boston Scott, and we know what he's going to do. If given the opportunity, the guy always plays well. They've been hiding Trey Sermon all last year, and supposedly they're really high on him.
Nick lost his mind at the owners' meetings about him.
Yeah, so and then you talk about the free agent market. How many guys are going to slip through the cracks? Or how many guys can you get later on that might fit the bill? There's just no shot because they don't build their football team that way. They build their football team from the offensive line out, quarterback out, and from the defensive line out. So there's no way in the world at 10 they're going to pick Bijan Robinson.
Right.
No way.
And listen, we will continue to update people all night.
Yeah.
Whether every draft pick that goes down. There's some interesting.
And Rob,
Yes,
Howie likes to play with people's minds.
yes, he does.
Okay?
Yes, he does.
That's all that chatter's about.
Mhm.
This is all it's about.
We're all like
because
fish. We take the bait. man.
listen, there are teams in the NFC that are scared to death that he may get Bijan Robinson, because with Bijan Robinson, this offense is if it was unstoppable last year, it goes beyond that.
Right.
But I believe that Nick Sirianni and Shane Steichen, Shane Steichen's gone. Nick Sirianni wants to throw the football more. And as Jalen continues to progress through this offense, he's getting to the place where he can throw it more. Where, even when whether you're in RPO or whether you're in read option or whether you're just calling straight up pass plays, you can do that more with a guy who just took your team to the Super Bowl and posted 35 points and came within a hair of winning.
Keep this in consideration as well. This Eagles team finished number 5 in the league last year in rushing, running for almost 148 yards a game. They didn't do it with Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb, Derrick Henry. They did it with Miles Sanders as your lead back carrying the ball 17, 18 times a game, and some understudies as well. And as we saw, Gainwell's productivity and input in the offense increased as the season got later, to the point he was getting more touches than Miles Sanders. So it doesn't make sense to take Miles that high when you need to get some more defensive firepower. This offense right now, as we see it in the NFC, is the best offense overall in the NFC right now. Why? Because it starts with the offensive line. This defense, I don't think they're going to get 70 sacks again, but this defense is going to be up there in the 40s and 50s in sacks. Why? Because of the way they build that defensive line.
All right,
Seth said that's what they do, inside out.
And that's a perfect segue, because the other name that we're hearing, guys, is Paris Johnson.
Yes.
And
yes,
that may be somebody also that you're going to have to move up to get, believe it or not. That to me would make sense, because he's played guard for an entire season at Ohio State, did it quite well, as a matter of fact. Cam Jurgens and Kelsey together are on the smaller side, if they're together, no doubt skilled, but smaller side. That would seem to make some sense to me. It's not as sexy as Bijan or Jalen Carter. And I know we're looking for the splash, but that's a smart Eagles kind of pick, in my estimation.
The problem is, if you pick an offensive lineman, he's not playing this year. That guy's not playing this year.
Yeah.
So you're going to take a guy at 10 this year when you have needs across the board,
Right.
and that guy's
he
going to be a
might play
backup.
at the guard, maybe.
I doubt it.
Against Jurgens?
I doubt it.
Okay.
I think Jurgens, they have to get him playing time.
Yeah.
If Jason Kelsey decides that this is it, then you got to get him some, you got to get his feet wet this year.
Right. We do have the first pick. The first pick is in, fellas. No surprise here. Carolina trades up a while ago, and it's going to be Bryce Young. It's going to be Bryce Young out of Alabama. The only real concern with him had nothing to do with what he did on the field, had nothing to do with poise in the pocket, his arm, anything like that. He is on the smaller side, guys. 5'10". He claims now he's over 200 pounds, but he is on the smaller side. Now, we've seen guys short of stature succeed lately, but even by the smaller guy's standards, you talk about a guy like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is stout. Bryce Young is not stout. I still would have taken him first overall. I think he's that good. What do you think, Seth?
I think he's the best quarterback in the draft. I'm not worried about his size. He played in the toughest college division in all of college
SEC
football last year. There's some things that you can do because I've heard the comparisons with Russell Wilson, you know, and some of the shorter quarterbacks. Drew Brees. When you think about what those guys and how those guys have been coached to manipulate the pocket, one of the things that Kyler Murray has a lot of problems with is you play him in a shotgun. He takes the ball at 4 yards. He takes one step back and he can't see anything.
Yep.
If you look at when Russell Wilson was at the height of his greatness, okay, they'd go play action pass and Russell Wilson would drop 8-9 yards.
That's right.
Now he could see the entire field. Now, does that put a little more pressure on your offensive lineman? Absolutely. But he was elusive. Now, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young is not that elusive. He doesn't really want to run, but he can move around when he needs to. I think that Frank Reich and the Carolina Panthers made the right decision. Now they got to go and build an offensive line to protect this kid.
Yeah.
Nobody will ever consider Drew Brees, a future first ballot Hall of Famer, as elusive. But you look at what Sean Payton did with him down there. Not only did he take the deep drops, but look at how many times he would roll side to side to see down the
pocket.
Manipulate the pocket, and that's what made him what he was. Russell Wilson the same way, as Seth was just talking about. Russell Wilson would not just go drop back. He would roll to a side to get a clear vision down the field. But he also had the athleticism, which put a lot of fear in defenses as well because he would take off and run. I think Bryce Young is in the perfect hands with Frank Reich. Frank Reich is known for grooming young quarterbacks to get them up to speed. You don't have to rush them as much as you might cringe a little bit. Andy Dalton is already there. Matt Carroll is already there. It was just a year ago when they were talking about Matt Carroll being the next good quarterback for the Carolina Panthers. Now he's an afterthought.
All right, well, let me ask you, Mark, because this is where it starts to get interesting.
Right.
You got Houston Texans, who would appear to need a quarterback in my estimation. However, we're hearing either there's a for sale sign hung there or they're going defense. They got DeMeco Ryans as their head coach, who was a defensive guy. Then you have the Cardinals after that. And Seth, I know, you pay close attention to what's going on there, one of your former teams, and you have a home there. This is where if you're an Eagles fan, let teams trade up. Let them start, just let quarterback run, man. Just keep this thing going, because if that's the case, all these defenders start to drop.
Yeah, Will Anderson Jr. is a guy that I know DeMeco Ryans probably wants above all else. He wants to get it. Bama kid, he wants him on his defense. DeMeco Ryans, who we know all too well here in Philadelphia, he wants to make sure that he has that stout defense. But you're going to build that stout defense, you're going to do that with Will Anderson Jr. Unfortunately, we all know what kind of league this is. We all know that this is a passing league, and we all know that you got to build your team and have a quarterback in order to do it. I think they end up going C.J. Stroud here, and they look at him to be the quarterback of the future, the guy to be their franchise quarterback. I think it's going to come up really difficult for this decision for this team, but ultimately I think they go quarterback here.
Seth, you buying that? You buying they go quarterback here?
I think they're going quarterback, but I like the kid out of Florida.
Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson. I really do. I think that he gives you mobility. He gives you, the ability to run the football. He gives you, the triple threat that most teams are looking for nowadays. DeMeco Ryans is a guy who was a defensive coordinator on a team last year that fell apart at the end of the year, in the NFC Championship game because of the loss of a quarterback. So you can have the best defense in the world. And they were the number one defense when they came in here. And what did our offense do? Our offense systematically took them apart. Why? Because they could not possess the ball. They could not score any points. That has got to be sitting in the back of his mind. If this is a quarterback-driven league, anything more than a quarterback at this position doesn't make much sense to me.
You hear the voice of God when Seth
all of a sudden it started booming. Here's my only concern with C.J. Stroud. Will he be the quarterback that breaks the Ohio State jinx? If you look at the number of Ohio State quarterbacks that have come through the NFL, they don't pan out well. None of them have. When I've watched C.J. Stroud at the college level, I sit there, wow, he can make the throws. He's strong. You don't bring him down with arm tackling this kid. He can do everything. But Ohio State has had a number of quarterbacks like that in the past that just have not panned out. They've all fizzled out. Will he be the one to break that mold? That's going to be interesting.
I'll give Fields a pass.
I'll take.
He needs this year at least.
I'll take myself here, D-Gun.
Yeah.
I would challenge you to go on Google right now and find me a quarterback from Florida.
True.
Who's been productive at the NFL level.
True.
I mean, clearly you're forgetting about Rex Grossman, all right? Seth,
really? But this
I played the Super Bowl.
But this Richardson kid, he's a generational type player, man. When you look at this kid,
high ceiling.
I mean, he's just got it all.
Yeah.
He just needs the right coaches to bring him along. and teach him how to play the quarterback position. That's one of the things that worries me about these quarterbacks that run so much is they never get, and that's Jalen Hurts was really, really lucky. You understand what I'm saying? Really, really lucky because he was put into a situation where he was required to learn how to play the quarterback position. A lot of these kids come in, they can run, they can scramble, they can make all these plays, and no one ever forces them to learn how to play the quarterback position. And after 4 or 5 years, once they figure out how to stop him from running, they're on the downslide.
Mark, good thing we're at Ocean. You win.
No.
It is C.J. Stroud. Yes.
I'll say this. If I'm Frank Reich, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, the first thing I do with these two young quarterbacks is I have them listen to every word of Jalen Hurts.
Amen.
And I say this, it sounds like a total homer.
On a loop.
But in all honesty, when the owner of your team comes out and says, as Jeffrey Lurie did during the owners' meetings, when he held his press conference, he summed up Jalen Hurts, I thought, phenomenally well.
Yep.
When he said he has an amazing commitment to being excellent.
Yes.
That's what every quarterback that comes into the NFL has to have. The rules, they're benefiting the quarterbacks now.
Yeah.
As we all know, it's not easy to play quarterback. It's never been easier to play quarterback than it is right now. But you're not going to have success unless you have a similar mindset to that of Jalen Hurts.
I will say this, though, Mark. What you just said, it's an innate thing. I don't care whether you're the first pick, the second pick, or where you pick, quarterback, whatever position. If you don't have that inside you, that you want to be the best, that you're willing to work to be the best at your position, there's no amount of coaxing. We've seen it throughout the history of the NFL, where guys come in, they have all the tools in the world, and sometimes those tools are a curse, because they rely on just their skill set and their ability and their potential rather than going to work with the gifts that they've been gifted.
The thing about Stroud being down there is he may have to play sooner rather than later, because now that Houston has taken him, they're not going to be happy with the current quarterback situation down there. When you look at the quarterbacks on that roster, if he gets in there too soon, and this is a rebuilding program, he's going to go through a lot of growing pains, just like his former teammate Justin Fields did in Chicago.
You might not push him out there. Maybe you throw Davis Mills out there for another season until things go haywire. You maybe after 8 games, then you insert it.
Get another good pick.
Did you watch Davis Mills play last year?
Hey, listen, man. Davis Mills is not a bad quarterback.
He's okay.
He's a good quarterback.
But you know how people are going to clamor for the young guy. They're going to clamor for the young guy.
I get it. But, sometimes you're in a situation where you don't have all the pieces around a young quarterback.
Right.
You can do more damage by putting him in there too early than good.
Tell Chicago that.
Yeah, I hear you.
They did with Justin Fields.
All right, so far, guys, we have 2 quarterbacks off the board. We have Bryce Young going to the Panthers, C.J. Stroud going to the Texans with the Cardinals on the clock. Eagles picking 10 and 30. How was that for a segment? Boom, we come out of the chute firing, baby. Firing right here from Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf. Yes, you are watching the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW, the great folks at Local 98, and we are hanging out. That is Seth Joyner. That is Marc Farzetta. I'm Rob Ellis. We'll get a quickie in here. We'll kind of reset things. We come back. We'll dig back further into what we think the Eagles are going to do at number 10. Will they trade up? Will they trade back? What happens at 30? How big a splash do the Eagles make? Don't go anywhere. We're right back.
Do you stream on a Roku, Fire Stick, Google TV, or Apple TV? Now you can watch 6ABC 24/7 with the 6ABC Philadelphia streaming app.
And the big story on Action News?
Search 6ABC Philadelphia and start streaming today.
Go to get your game on. Go for the beers. Go for the cheers. Go for the hit and the hits. Go for the stakes and the stakes. Go to get your parlay on. Go to get your party on. Go for the scene. Go for the screens. Go for the gallery. Go for the win. Go to Ocean. Visit theoceanac.com to plan your visit.
The greatest fans on earth. It's a bold statement, but would you expect anything less from Philadelphia? 58 years of heartache creates a toughness, a grit, a resolve not found in most. Sure, our prayers were answered, but now that we've had a taste, we're looking for more. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Go passionately. Go fearlessly. Go confidently.
Go Birds!
Go confidently towards your goals with First Trust, Philly's hometown bank for nearly 90 years and the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We're focused on getting you over the goal line. So go with conviction, go with trust,
Go Birds!
and go forward with us by your side. First Trust Bank, the official bank of Philadelphia dreams. Oh, and go Birds.
All right, did you know I was the Mommy Slam Dunk Champion?
Really?
Yes, really don't sound so surprised.
Let's see it.
Oh, you're ready. All right, here we go. Let's hear the crowd. So go to right, I go to left, fake a mom. Mama, go up, mama!
She did it.
Again?
You can't avoid gravity, but United Healthcare can help you avoid financial surprises by helping you compare costs and doctor quality ratings. United Healthcare.
Uh-huh.
EAGLES, Eagles.
All right, welcome back in, everybody, to the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98, live from Ocean Casino Resort, Top Golf. I'm Rob Ellis, along with Derek Gunn, Marc Farzetta, and Seth Joyner. Guys, it's coming down fast and furious because the Houston Texans have made a little noise here. They have traded with the Arizona Cardinals, and they will draft Will Anderson. So Houston is coming out of the chute here, guys, with C.J. Stroud number 2 and Will Anderson at number 3. Now, keep in mind, they had the 12th overall pick, did Houston. So I'm assuming the Cardinals slipped down to there, and there's going to be a lot more coming than just that. What do we think, Seth?
Hey, listen, man, when you got your guys, when you're building and, you sign a new head coach, sign him to a 5-6 year deal, you might as well pull out all the stops. And they've got plenty of picks.
Oh, yeah.
From the moves that they've been making, 12 picks this year. I don't know how many other picks, that they'll have next year. But if this is going to be your head coach, then you got to give him everything you can. Give him all the tools conceivable for him to be able to rebuild this thing.
Yeah, you knew Mark, he couldn't just let the edge guy from Bama go.
No.
D'Amico.
When we just talked about it
He was in like convulsions trying not making that pick.
You obviously need to get a quarterback for yourself in Houston. You need to get a defensive leader in Houston. D'Amico Ryan's a defensive guy. It was going to be a tough call for him. And he just said, hey, I'll just take both. Why not? So good for him. As Seth mentioned, it was 12 picks that the Texans had to play with in this draft. They also had 2 number 3s. I'm sure they gave up 1 in this trade as well. It's a great move here by the Texans to be able to get 2 guys that can anchor both your offense and your defense with the 2nd and 3rd overall picks in this draft.
When you take into consideration the embarrassment that Houston's organization has had to go through the past couple of years, they fired coaches in consecutive years. They went through the Deshaun Watson embarrassment. They had to do something to turn the complexion of this organization around. So what do? You go out and get a defensive coordinator that's highly respected across the league, and you give him a 5 or 6 year contract to tell your fan base, okay, we understand we've made mistakes. This is the guy we want. What do? You get 2 cornerstones in the first 3 picks for your team as you start to move forward. You have your quarterback of the future now and your defensive lineman of the future now. Houston has made a lot of mistakes in the recent past. The move with the new head coach and these 2 particular players are definitely moves in the right direction to get out from under that dark cloud they've been under for a few years.
Yeah, Seth, we've seen teams, an example is the Jets last year, make a real major impact by nailing the early picks, Sauce Gardner, et cetera. This has that kind of feel. I mean, we don't know ultimately until these guys get on the field, but I like this. I like the aggression.
Hey, listen, what's the old saying? If you keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result, that's the definition of insanity.
Yeah.
So both of these organizations have made massive moves in the last 2 years to try to figure out how to right the ship. And you have to do that. When you're a perennial loser, you got to go and bring in a guy that's a winner. That's the first thing you got to do. And then secondly, you got to have a GM that's on the same page with your head coach, whose philosophies, really align. And then you got to start making some moves. I mean, especially when you think about, the draft talent that the Houston Texans have at their disposal. You trade Hopkins, you trade Watson. You know, there's a lot of value that they have in these picks, and you're not gonna hit on all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So when you got a short shot, bona fide guy, you got to make moves and go get him.
Yeah, Mark, and here's where it gets fascinating, because at number 4, we know, at least the way this looks, that, or at least going forward here, we're looking at some potential quarterbacks still, right? You got the Colts sitting there. You got, maybe a little bit down the line. But after that, Seattle, the Lions, Vegas, all 3 could be defenders. This is where you get into Jalen Carter.
Mark, let me ask you a question, though, before you answer his question. How in the world, with all that the Colts have been through since Andrew Luck, how do they go past this spot without taking the quarterback?
I don't know how they do it.
I think
they have to. Yeah,
Jim Irsay, Seth.
They have to take a quarterback here when you think about it, because this is a team that wants to be able to rely on something, but they're not relying on Gardner Minshew right now. And you obviously have a guy in Shane Steichen that wants to make sure he can trust who's his signature to run his style of offense. So whatever keeps on pushing Jalen Carter down the line for the Eagles, I am fine with it. But yeah, they go offensive weapon here. Probably
Anthony Richardson fits the bill.
It feels more like Jalen with Shane Steichen.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
And if they don't take him right here from Shane Steichen, I quit.
Yeah. Seth, I banned Will Levis when I saw that he ate a banana with the skin and he puts mayo in his coffee. I was done with Will Levis.
Wow.
Just so you know. That's critical breakdown, Mark.
That is critical
you
breakdown.
You don't get that anywhere else.
Please don't quit. We have like a 4-hour show.
Exactly.
We need you, brother.
No, I'm not talking about me. I said if I was Shane Steichen and they walk past this pick without taking a quarterback, I'd quit.
Yeah.
I really would.
Yes.
Because now you're telling me that you're not serious about winning.
Yeah.
It's like all these teams that needed quarterbacks that said, "Oh, we're not interested in Lamar Jackson." Really? Are you really interested in running, or are you really in this collusion thing?
But here's the thing, Gunner.
But this is a draft show, so I'll save that for another time.
Wow, he went collusion already.
Really?
It's early collusion talk right now. If we assume, and it's a big assumption with the Colts because you never know what they're going to do, Derek, but if they do go quarterback, like I mentioned, Seattle and Detroit and Vegas, they could be teams that could grab Jalen Carter. If the Eagles are really going to be bold and make a move up, I would think it probably would have to start to occur after this Indianapolis pick. Would you agree?
I agree. There's no question about it. We keep hearing how Seattle needs defensive line help, and they've spent some money on defense. Offensively, they're fine. When you consider what Geno Smith did for that organization last year, he came from out of nowhere, habitual backup quarterback, and made himself a nice little some pocket change, let's say, in the offseason. So Seattle needs defensive help. I look at Detroit. Can you imagine put Jalen Carter on the opposite side of Aiden Hutchinson? What that tandem would be like as well. So if I'm the Eagles and if Jalen Carter is at target, you get a little skittish because there's a lot of obstacles to sidestep before you even – the Raiders need defensive help. Jalen Carter could end up with the Raiders as well. Atlanta, they spent a boatload of money bringing in defensive help to the point Calais Campbell, who they signed, said the owner said we want a violent defense down here. There's a couple of violent players still on this board.
Well, on that real quick, on that note, the Raiders and the Seahawks are both double-digit teams when it comes to picks. So they're not going to be looking to trade back to get more assets.
No.
So they're not going to be a trade partner.
I think that, once we get past this number 4 pick, the Eagles at the crossroads. Because Jalen Carter is either coming off the board at 5 or 6.
Yep.
So if there's a move to be made, it's going to have to happen here pretty quick.
Yeah, I think that's happening. And I think number 8's a spot to watch for Bijan. Just an FYI. Atlanta wouldn't shock me if they did that. They had Algier, who was good last year, but that's a possibility too. But it's going to get really interesting after this. And if the Colts, like Seth said, if the Colts don't go quarterback here, it means they either really didn't like any of these quarterbacks or there's some malpractice going on again, in Indianapolis, which wouldn't be the first time that we've seen that, for sure with that team. So it's going to be really interesting. Roger Goodell stepping to the podium right now for the Colts pick. And again, we're going to update you on each and every pick as it goes and how this pertains to the Eagles and what they do at 10, what they potentially do at 30.
Go.
It is Anthony Richardson.
Good call.
Seth talked about a little bit earlier, out of Florida, a guy with an unbelievable ceiling. There is a floor there because he isn't maybe the most polished guy in the world, but Shane Steichen gets someone who he can mold, for sure into, that quarterback. And we saw what a job he did. Probably doesn't get enough credit. because there's Nick Sirianni, there's Brian Johnson, et cetera, but did a really good job with Jalen Hurts. And by all accounts, Anthony Richardson, a really good guy too, really, really focused young man. So that's I think that's a right pick, Seth. I think they went the direction they needed to go for sure.
Listen, there's no doubt about it. Shane Steichen is going to run an offense similar to what, he put together here for Jalen Hurts. This kid right here, he fits the bill 100%. He's a bigger version and maybe even a faster version of Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is just a much more polished passer of the football.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Gunner. It's hard to quantify, the drive, the 1-2 that somebody like Jalen Hurts has. And that's part of what you have to get right with these picks. It's one thing to be this athletic marvel. We've seen guys like that. Carson Wentz was an athletic freak, but you got to be wired the right way.
When you look at the overall physical stature of an Anthony Richardson, 6'4", 244 pounds, can run, can sling it. He does need some grooming. The bigger question now is in Indy is, who is the babysitter of the offense until he's ready to go? Is it Gardner Minshew? Nick Foles is still on the roster. Sam Ehlinger is still on the roster. So who's the babysitter of Shane Steichen's offense? They have the running back.
Yeah.
They have the offensive line. They have a pretty good defense. They need some wide receivers in this draft as well.
Yeah.
But right now, they're in a pretty good spot in terms of not rushing this young man to play.
I would go so far as to say that he is going to be one of these quarterbacks that I expect for him to play right away. And this is why. Because they're going to run read option. They're going to run RPOs. All of those things will allow him to be on the field and be able to one read and throw the football while he learns. Listen, the Indianapolis Colts were on the verge of being a Super Bowl contender just a couple of years ago, just because of Jonathan Taylor and what they had on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, you can't waste any more Jonathan Taylor's prime years waiting for a quarterback to wake up. You can't. I mean, how much of that defense? How many of those players are you going to let just languish waiting for a quarterback? So I expect for this kid to come in and pick up this playbook and look at it and say, well, oh my gosh, I ran some of this, in Florida. I ran some of this in high school. And I expect for him to be on the field.
Yeah.
Barring an injury, I think that they throw him right in the mix right away.
It's been a revolving door since Andrew Luck abruptly walked out that door, and they have not been able to figure it out since.
I think Shane Steichen is smart enough to realize whatever my playbook is, I have to streamline it to this young man's attributes. Nick Sirianni did the same thing with Jalen Hurts, and look at where it took Jalen Hurts in a matter of 1 year to 2 years. I can see the same thing coming up with an Anthony Richardson.
The other thing is, too, it's not just Anthony Richardson. What are you trying to look like? Who are you going to be? What's your identity? You can't put that off for a year with Gardner Minshew running RPOs and read options, because he can't do it.
He'll get killed.
The years, I think, of Doug Peterson starting ahead of Donovan McNabb for 8 years or so, or 8 games or so, I think are long gone. And that's why I do give a lot of credit here to Shane Steichen, Gunner, as you were saying a second ago. It comes down to him being smart enough to realize what Anthony Richardson's deal is, what he likes to do, what he likes to run, how he can be at his best. Yep. And that's the type of situation that I think Shane Steichen will put him in order for him to have success right out of the gate. You're not going to see a big flashy offense, but you're going to see a type of offense that is catered to his skill set.
All right, we are 6 picks away from the Eagles at number 10. The question is there going to be a move? Because we are in that spot right now. The Colts are out of the way. You roll into 5 here, and it's Seattle. Then it's Detroit. Then it's Vegas. Then it's Atlanta. Any of those spots could certainly go to a defensive player. It would make a lot of sense for those teams. The Raiders blew how many games last year when they had a lead? You look at that Detroit team, they have a lot of offensive firepower. It makes sense for them to go defense. Pete Carroll's a defensive guy at heart. So for all of these teams, defense would seem to make sense. If Jalen Carter is a reality, I think it's got to be right here is where the Eagles make
no doubt about it.
This is the scariest part. If you're really rooting for Jalen Carter to join the Eagles, this is the scariest part for me. You can look at the Lions as well. I mean, let's not forget the Lions have the same record as a lot of the other wild card teams. They just missed out on it. Yep. You get a guy like Jalen Carter, it puts you over the top. You get a guy maybe like Bijan Robinson, it might put you over the top as well. But as far as this pick goes with the Seattle Seahawks, I think this is the scariest pick if you're really rooting for Howie Roseman to move up and make a pick of Jalen Carter.
It's not scary. I'm watching that clock right there. I'm
You're
waiting
doing a countdown.
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that clock to go 0-0-0, and then the flash across the. There's been a trade. That's what I'm waiting for.
Adam Schefter's head's exploding as we speak, Mark. No,
Because I tell you this, though.
Yes.
They're down to 2 minutes on the clock now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Most teams don't use the entire clock when they're making their picks. So that tells me that there's some conversation going on, that the clock is running. We're down under 145 now. Something is happening.
Gunnar, you hearing anything from your friends?
Not yet, which makes me a little bit nervous. And I said, okay, what are you guys doing? And the phone has been silent right now. And Seth is right. Normally you see on the clock at the 2-minute mark, 2:50 mark, the pick is in. Then you have to sit there the last couple of minutes and wait to see exactly who it is. It tells me Howie's on the phone, burning up the phone.
The more that clock runs, the better the odds are. Keep clocking, tick. Keep clicking, Todd.
I like the way you think.
You know what I mean?
I like the way you think, my friend. No, but if you just hopped in the car, you're just tuning in, you were just out, wherever you were at the kids' Little League game. So we're sitting here right now. We're in a spot at number 5 in the draft. So far, this is what's come off the board. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, the edge from Alabama, Anthony Richardson. So far, yes, 3 of the 4 picks
Look at Seth.
have been set. You don't see Seth this giddy very often. This is interesting.
We're going to be singing Old Lang Syne in a second.
50
exactly. So all 3 quarterbacks are going off the board, but
it's in.
We are in an area right now where it's looking like defenders will start being taken, namely Gunnar, Jalen Carter, and again, Seattle is a team that needs help defensively, so this would make a lot of sense.
Well, Seattle not only needs trench warfare, they also need help on the secondary as well. They do need some new
young. Go this high for a corner, though?
I don't know. I mean, everybody loves this Christian Gonzalez. I mean, you know, if he's that good, and let's face it,
right down the road at Oregon.
Well, there you go. And let's face it, when you look at Seattle back in their heyday when they were the Legion of Boom, their secondary was second to none.
Nasty.
And now, granted, they found a Richard Sherman in the 5th round, but they put a lot of value into secondary personnel. If Christian Gonzalez is everything that's advertised, you got to take him. You got to take him.
I like
if you don't take Jalen Carter.
Wish that into the atmosphere, Gunnar.
He is the best cornerback in this draft.
Yeah, he is.
In a very
I will say I'm a big Will Witherspoon fan. I'm a big Witherspoon fan.
Devin Witherspoon.
I'm Devin Witherspoon. I love the way he battles off the line of scrimmage. Early on in his career, he could get a lot of pass interference calls on him because he loves the hand-to-hand combat, and he's got the mobility in the hips to be able to turn on a dime to run with a lot of these fast receivers.
I just think he's a little light in the britches.
Okay.
But when I look at Christian Gonzalez, and I've studied film on him, he is like smooth.
Yeah.
The kid is smooth, in and out of his breaks, hip flips. He'll come up and tackle you. He'll hit you. You know, he'll do everything that you want a corner to do. He'll come up and force and cover 2. He'll do all of those things.
All right, so we are sitting here. We're awaiting the pick from Seattle. And again, why is Seattle so key? Seattle is so key because they are a team that needs defensive help. Mark, you hearing anything?
I am seeing from Albert Breer right now. It looks like Witherspoon is going to be off the board out of Illinois.
He's my favorite cornerback in the draft, Rob. You've heard me say this for
Gunner's
weeks.
Been on him.
I mean, for the last 3 weeks, I've set up, as much as people like Gonzalez, there's just something about this makeup of this kid Witherspoon that I think he's going to make a natural transition to the NFL right away. He's everything you want in a press corner. He can run with most receivers. He's got the speed. Seth is right. He's a little light in the back seat, but they'll get him up to speed.
Devin Witherspoon is the pick.
Still alive.
Devin Witherspoon is the pick. So that means
I still got to sweat through the next one.
Eagles fans, that means that, yes, Jalen Carter is still on the board. Okay, now you're not out of the woods yet if you're hoping for Jalen Carter. Here's why. Because at number 6, you have the Detroit Lions, who are pretty stacked offensively. Let me throw one thing out there about Detroit, okay? Bijan is not completely out of the question for Detroit. Mm-hmm. They lost Jamal Williams, who was a touchdown machine for them last year. They still have DeAndre Swift, but DeAndre Swift I don't think is a feature every down kind of guy. Very good, St. Joe's prep kid. Catholic League, I got to work that in, Mark. But this could be a Bijan spot. Maybe it's wishful thinking.
No, I don't think it's wishful thinking at all. Again, because he's a guy that can put you over the top. And we've talked about Bijan Robinson enough here in Philadelphia to know that he's a guy, especially in this offense, can be a big deal in this offense. But at the same time, when you're talking about the Lions, again, a team that just missed out on the playoffs last year with a head coach that's biting kneecaps and drinking more coffee than anybody in the history of coffee, This is the guy that can put him over the edge. And you did a lot for your defense last year in the draft. We mentioned Aiden Hutchinson already. This is a guy that, offensively speaking, can take a huge load off that offense.
All right, I'm going to get a 30 in here, Gunner. Let me sneak into 30, and then I want to get your thoughts on the potential of Bijan going to Detroit.
Okay.
So let me set this up. So here we are. This is where we are right now with this. Okay, so we are sitting here on the clock with Detroit at number 6. Eagles are picking at 10. Jalen Carter's still there. Bijan Robinson is still there. Some of these offensive linemen, Paris Johnson, Peter Skoronski, are all still there. We're going to take a 30 right here real quick, come right back, and hopefully we'll find out where things are headed here in this NFL draft. You are watching the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98 live from Ocean Resort Casino, Topgolf.
Post-game show with Seth Joyner.
I knew that they had a running game.
Derek Gunn.
He has put in the effort.
Devin Caney.
Had we not won the Super Bowl, what would we be saying?
And Mike Missinelli.
Well, you know who Philly is.
Post-game, now streaming on the 6ABC family of apps.
EAGLES. Eagles.
All right, we are back. Yes, we are. The JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98 live from Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf. Rob Ellis, Derek Gunn, Marc Farzetta, and Seth Joyner. We are still awaiting the Eagles pick. We are getting closer, folks. We are inching closer to this thing. Here's what we know thus far. It was a early run, as expected, guys, on the quarterbacks. Panthers take Bryce Young first overall. C.J. Stroud goes to the Texans at number 2. Then our first big, shoe to drop here in this draft. The Texans make a trade with the Cardinals. They get up there to number 3, and they take Will Anderson, the edge out of Alabama. Number 4, Anthony Richardson. Number 5, Witherspoon, corner out of Illinois, goes to Seattle, which means Detroit's on the clock right now. Seth Joyner, your thoughts. What are you thinking here? What are you feeling with Detroit?
It's hard to tell. They need some wide receiver help, and they need it bad. They need a running back. As good as, the running back in Detroit last year, Swift. As great as DeAndre Swift was last year, the injuries just decimated him most of the year. And then you turn around, you lose Jamal Williams in free agency. So they could use a running back. But, Marc and I was just talking, how dominant would that defense be?
Yeah.
With Hutchinson and Carter on that defense. I mean, it just takes it to a whole nother level.
That's a killer 1-2 punch if you went that route for 2 straight years.
To me, if you're the Lions, what puts me in the playoffs? You have a great defense already. You can make that great defense even better. Like we're looking at right now, the Eagles offense by potentially getting Bijan Robinson. Go ahead.
Oh, got it.
Hold up. Detroit just made a deal with Arizona. Arizona's now moving up to the number 6 spot.
Oh.
So now Arizona's back in play. Arizona needs a lot of defensive help.
Jonathan Gannon's revenge. Jonathan Gannon's revenge tour.
Here we go.
So I don't like this as much.
This feels like Jalen Carter. You're making this move, in my estimation, to get Jalen Carter, and the Jonathan Gannon revenge tour continues, friends. That's what this feels like.
So Detroit, according to Tom Pelissero, Detroit is getting picks number 12 and 34. Arizona now gets the number 6 pick. They are on the clock.
Oh, boy.
So Detroit's in a really good position because that 34th pick is like having a first-round pick.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
because there's only 31 this year, so keep that in mind.
And so they still need a cornerback. Detroit does to play Okudah, but you can still get him at 12.
You could go Gonzalez.
You get him at 12.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for defensive back help, and I know Buda Baker's a safety, but trying to talk myself into this.
No.
Arizona needs cornerbacks.
No. You know what this pick is?
What's this?
What?
This is
Paris Johnson.
There you go.
This is protect Kyler Murray at all costs.
Kyler Murray's already said, hey, we need to go and he's said it out loud.
Oh, boy.
We need to go and draft Paris Johnson Jr.
That makes sense.
He
did say it on record. You're right.
And that organization, one thing they have done with him is they have acquiesced to his desire.
I'm not sure why, but yes, I agree with you, Seth. I hear you. But no, but in all seriousness, if you want to make him a successful quarterback, he's already coming off a pretty serious knee injury, and you want to protect him, Paris Johnson makes a lot of sense here for them. I think it would actually be a very prudent, smart pick, Marc.
Yeah, no, it would be. It's not the splash pick, but you are protecting your quarterback in that situation, which is obviously great. But at the same time, something tells me that you're not moving up for an O-lineman. Something tells me you're moving up for a guy that is going to be a splash player on the defensive side of the ball, and that's Jalen Carter in this instance.
Keep in mind, here's also where this gets interesting, because I thought Paris Johnson could be a landing spot in Chicago at 9 to protect Justin Fields. Would make sense.
Maybe that's why you make this
Maybe
move.
that's why you jump up. Exactly
Absolutely.
right, Seth. Yeah, so I think that's probably the way this thing is playing out. Again, the Cardinals now on the clock as they made a trade with Detroit. Detroit gets 12 and 34 after making this move. We've already seen 2 trades now in the top 6 picks.
All the pickers already
and it
in.
hasn't been the Eagles.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
So they
All
knew
right.
what they were doing with this.
Yes.
I don't think you wait. You know, when you trade like this, you already know the target.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's no clock time. They already know who they want.
We're all hoping offensive linemen.
Yeah, the NFL draft, by the way, is in Kansas City
Look at Marc.
this year. And they came right out of the chute with Patrick Mahomes holding the trophy, the Lombardi trophy, and Travis Kelce, of course, doing what Travis Kelce does. He was out there doing his thing. So, we remember how much fun it was when the draft here was in Philadelphia. We're getting shots of the Cardinals war room, and we're waiting what they're going to end up doing. Will it be offensive line with Paris Johnson?
Ugh.
Could they go a Jalen Carter? If Carter does not go here, guys, he's going to have to get through Vegas, Atlanta, Chicago. They're the 3 teams that he would have to get by if this pick, in fact, as Seth said, is Paris Johnson. And Seth has a pretty good feel for the team in the desert. That's for sure.
Here it
Played
is.
for him and lives
Everybody's saying Arizona's taking Paris Johnson.
there. Okay. So Roger Goodell is at the podium right now. We'll see what he ends up saying here. And again, Eagles on the clock in about 3 picks after this. You're going to have to get through 3 more. It is Paris Johnson. Go. That is official. All right. So here's what we have thus far. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Anthony Richardson, Witherspoon, and Paris Johnson. That's your first 6 picks of the draft. We're sitting at number 7. Number 7 is Vegas. Number 8 is Atlanta. Number 9 is Chicago. Yes, that's where we are right now, guys. Here's another landmine. Gunner, this Vegas team, they were in a lot of games, and we know they made a lot of changes. Jimmy G's a quarterback, et cetera, but they still have Josh Jacobs. They still have Devontae Adams. They still have some weapons, some weaponry on that offense. Defense would make sense for them, Mark. I feel like we've been saying this the last couple of picks, and it hasn't played out, at least for Jalen Carter. But this might be one where they got to get up.
Well, I think if they feel like they can get past 7, I think there's a deal to be made at 8.
Atlanta.
Because I think they've had some conversations with Atlanta. I'm not so sure. But listen, I mean, Chicago is probably going to pick
Skoronski.
They got to get
Northwestern local guy.
They got to get that kid. They got to get the quarterback some help. So the Raiders, the Raiders scare me.
This is the tough one right here.
The Raiders scare me. Not so much Atlanta, because I think the Eagles can probably make something happen, at 8 to be able to move up and get them if they need to get them, or swap 10 and 8, with, maybe a 2 next year or something crazy, just to ensure that they get them. But they've had conversations with Atlanta.
No doubt.
Same way they've had conversations with, Seattle. Maybe that's why there's no movement going on. They already know. The wild card, in my opinion, is the Raiders right here. And the Raiders scare me.
And again,
and rightfully so, because the Raiders, if there's one thing they need, they have the 28th ranked defense. And that was with Derek Carr to helm with his buddy, Devontae Adams. You go out and get a Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo, he can manage an offense.
He's a stabilizer.
He's a stabilizer. He's not going to make as many mistakes as the football as a Derek Carr did.
They do need a tight end, though.
They do need a tight end.
Traded Darren Waller to the Giants.
But you know what you got to do? You got to stop the bleeding. If you want your offense to stay in the game, you got to stop the bleeding. Jalen Carter is that kind of guy. He can step right in and help stop some of that bleeding.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think if you're waiting for the Eagles to try to trade up here, this isn't the spot to do it, because, again, Raiders have 12 picks in this draft, so they're not looking to acquire any more assets unless they're going to flip the next year, which is unlikely. But the Falcons are another team that they could potentially trade with. They don't have a lot of picks this year. Eagles could cash in at that spot if you're looking for the trade up. But, yeah, Rob, as you're saying, if you're talking about defense, as we're trying to talk ourselves out of the idea of them potentially drafting Jalen Carter, this would be a good landing spot.
All right, Mark,
for
let me
him.
give you brain melt for Eagles fans.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so Carter goes
to the Raiders?
Yes.
Okay.
Bijan's still there at 10, and they choose not to select him. Will the city just melt down?
I think
are we fortunate that we're in Atlantic City if that's the case?
If they're using that pick to trade back a couple of spots to get more spots, and maybe Bijan's still on there, then I think we'll be right with the world.
Okay. Gunner?
If they don't take Bijan at 10, knowing what this fan base has been clamoring for weeks, I think you'll be able to see the Flames in downtown Philadelphia from here in Ocean City.
I can see it over the ocean.
I don't think that, that moves Howie one way or the other.
Yeah.
I think that they've got a sequence of players that they have wish lists for,
Yeah.
And all the chatter about Bijan, I don't think Bijan was ever a consideration at 10. I just don't. And people can say whatever it is that they want to say. I just don't believe. That was just window dressing, to make everybody else uncomfortable as far as Howie is concerned. I just think that, listen, the Eagles are set up to be an offensive football team, an offensive dominant football team, okay? By all the moves that they've made and the things that they've done, they've proven that that's what they're going to be this year. They're not going to be the defense that they were last year. They're not going to post 70 sacks. They'd be lucky to get to 50 next year, to be honest with you. But what they got to do is they got to shore up the defensive front. They need a tackle. They need a guy that can rush. They need a guy that's willing to play the run and not just rush the passer, okay? Because if that's going to be your strength and you're going to go get a bunch of special teams linebackers and plug those guys in and try to figure out if you can get those guys to be starters in the National Football League, then you better be a damn dominant front.
And Seth, here's a little bit of an issue. And Gunner, once you get past Jalen Carter, there is a fall off at the defensive tackle position.
Well, there's a fall off in talent
Talent-wise.
once you get past 12 or 13.
Right.
And talking to a lot of people, this is one of the most unusual drafts in recent memory in terms of a draft being devoid of a legitimate 28 to 30 first-round picks. Once you get past 15 or 16, the talent pool drops off in terms of organizations that feel they're going to get a guy they can put in right away. There's a lot of good players in this draft that could emerge to be elite players, but that's why the NFL only invited 17 players to the draft in Kansas City. They didn't want these young men sitting there being embarrassed knowing they were on the fringe of being late first-round picks all the way up to mid to late second-round picks.
I tell you what, when you go and when you look at the defense, the depth at the defensive tackle position, Jalen Carter's the number 2 ranked player in the draft. The next defensive tackle is Kalijah Kancey, and he's ranked 14th out of Pitt. Now, he's a little undersized.
Yeah.
An Aaron Donald, Aaron is kind of taking him under his wing. His numbers at the combine were similar to Aaron Donald. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to turn into Aaron Donald. But I don't know, do you take the 14th ranked player overall in the draft at number 10?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the problem that you have when you start to look at this and how they value, do you value Nolan Smith more?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Sure.
I mean,
And he's more built like the Hassan Reddick model on the edge.
And he's the 13th overall ranked player. So, I mean, do you look at those things? Do those things play in the decision-making process, or you got your guys and you're locked in on your guys and this is the guy I want? We don't get this one, we're going to take this one.
We don't know what this side wants.
He's got something.
It looks like, and I just saw this from Jeff McClain of the Inquirer, it looks like the Raiders are going to go with an edge rusher. They're going to go with Tyree Wilson in this one here out of Texas. So good golly, fellas, we're another pick closer.
Oh, boy. All right. This is getting fascinating if that's the way
Eagles are totally picking Skoronski. That's just what's going to happen in all this. You're going to forget about – you were just asking about Bijan Robinson being there and available.
I'm just going to hunker down in my room here at Ocean.
Forget about that for a second. They're going to – they're going to not take Jalen Carter, but it looks like he is falling into their spot.
I will tell you this, though. Paris Johnson was number 2 on their wish list.
Oh.
Number 1, Jalen Carter. Number 2, Paris Johnson. Number 3, Bijan.
That's
their pecking order.
Oh, give me that one more time, Derek.
Huh?
Give me that order again.
All right. Jalen Carter.
Carter was their number 1.
Paris Johnson,
who's gone.
And Bijan.
All right, so 2 of the 3 are still there.
2 of the 3 are still there.
Yeah, there's a chance that one of those players could still be there. If this plays out this way, that it's Tyree Wilson, the edge out of Texas Tech going to Raiders, you would then be up to number 8, which would be the Falcons and the Bears. Roger Goodell stepping to the podium to make this thing official. Again, Jeff McClain reporting that the Raiders will take Tyree Wilson. Here is the commissioner, and he is going to let us know right now. It is Tyree Wilson. That is official. The Raiders have taken Tyree Wilson, edge out of Texas Tech. So Jalen Carter still sitting there. We're up to pick number 8. You have to get through Atlanta. You have to get through Chicago. Then it's the Eagles at number 10. Guys, this is playing out.
I think
the Eagles could make this happen.
I think we all expected going into this draft, and as it already was, as the Eagles already made a trade with the Cardinals that we talked about earlier,
yes,
that next year's draft was going to be affected big time by this draft. And so far, if the Eagles are going to move up, I believe this is where you're going to see them at 8 move up to try to make sure they get Jalen Carter.
I think Atlanta's the last road mine between the Eagles and Jalen Carter. I believe Chicago's going to take an offensive lineman. And Atlanta spent over $200 million this offseason in defensive personnel.
Okay.
I think this is the last road mine.
All right. Let's sneak in a quickie here. We'll get a quick timeout here. And again, we're sitting at number 8 right now. Atlanta on the clock. Then it's the Bears. Then it's the Eagles. Jalen Carter is still there. Bijan Johnson is still there. Both of those players are available for the Eagles if they get down or if the Eagles trade up. We're going to get a quick timeout. Seth Joyner, Marc Farzetta, Derek Gunn. I'm Rob Ellis. We are the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98 live from Ocean Casino Resort. Top Golf, right back.
Heading down the shore, have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com.
Hi everybody, my name's Jason Lombardi. I'm an inspector at DryTech. At DryTech we offer 3 major services, the first one being basement waterproofing. The second service we offer is foundation and structural repairs. And then the third service that we offer is mold remediation. If you feel you are having a waterproofing issue, give DryTech a call or check us out online.
EAGLES, Eagles.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98. Coming to you live from Ocean Casino Resort. Top Golf, the greatest place. You got an unbelievable golf right here to my right where you could just sit there and drill it. And you could be Tiger Woods. You could be Scott Schiffer. You could be whoever you want. Steve Schiffer, anybody you want here at the Top Golf and just be the greatest golfer in the world. And you know, look, there's a lot of things going on here at Ocean Casino Resort, and it's Ocean's 5th birthday, by the way. Yes, their 5th birthday this summer. They can't wait to celebrate with you. Join Ocean for exciting promotions and sweepstakes, headline entertainment, the best day life and nightlife lineup in Atlantic City, and the debut, yes, of the birthday bar, exclusive local collaborations and partnerships commemorative with the 5th birthday, merchandise, and so much more. Don't miss the stunning fire. Unique events all summer long. Rewards members will enjoy over $5 million in gifts and prizes. So be sure to sign up for an Ocean Rewards card to get in on all the fun. Next time you visit, go to ocean.go for the win. Ocean.go for the win. And also our friends at the local IBEW, Local 98. My brother-in-law, Terry, is a Local 98 member. That's right. You heard me. I'm Rob Ellis, along with Derek Gunn, Marc Farzetta, and Seth Joyner. Guys, all right, so let me update everybody. Jeff McMullen from the Philadelphia Inquirer is reporting that the Atlanta Falcons, who are on the clock at number 8, will be taking Bijan Robinson. So as we stand right now, Bijan on the clock, Jalen Carter on the clock, Seth. So this thing is working out, man. It's working out, at least so far, if it ends up being Bijan. Jalen Carter, that's what I mean.
Hey, listen, I believe that the reason you haven't seen Howie make any moves is because he's done his pre-draft homework. He had the conversation with Seattle at 5. He had the conversation with Atlanta, at 8. And, I think you're seeing him sit pat.
He's reading the room.
He kind of understands what's going on. And slowly but surely, we're 2 picks away from, the guy that, that I think he covets most, the guy that I know that I covet most, just falling right in his lap.
Yep. Yeah, Roger Goodell about to take the podium. Again, the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock at number 8. And Derek Gunn, what do you have?
Mike Garafolo just reported the Eagles have moved up to number 9.
Oh, boy. Oh,
all right.
Boy.
Okay.
Now, this would lead us to believe it could be Bijan Robinson at 8, but here is Roger Goodell. All right, Roger Goodell still at the podium. He's got a couple friends from Big Brothers and Big Sisters who are up there with Roger Goodell. But again, let's repeat what Derek just said. Give us that one more time.
All right, I'm also being told right now that the Eagles are going to take Jalen Carter.
Okay, that's what you're
So
hearing.
that's what I'm being told right now.
All right, so we're hearing that the Eagles will trade up to number 9 with Chicago, and with that pick, Derek Gunn is reporting that they will select Jalen Carter. This really couldn't have played out any better, guys, if this is the way everything goes down.
Rob, let me tell you something. If this is the way it goes down, you couldn't have tripped over that wire and fallen, Doug.
I think I did earlier, actually, Seth, but that's all right. That's another story. But the selection is in, and it is being announced by one of the young men from the Big Brothers and Big Sisters from the Atlanta area, and it will be Bijan Robinson. That's official. It is Bijan Robinson at number 8. Running back from Texas, who, again, a lot of Eagles fans coveted. And, Mark, the big thing was you don't take a running back that high. Well, I guess Atlanta said, you know what? You do when there's a guy that talented.
Absolutely. And really, I mean, he checks every box when you talk about everything you do on the field. I mean, speed isn't the greatest thing that he has, but when it comes to power, when it comes to being able to get downfield and catch passes from his quarterback, he can certainly do that. And one of the stories I loved about him was that he made friends with the janitor at the Eagles NovaCare
They were buddies.
complex,
They were pals.
of all things. So this guy, he's just, like I said, checks
So he's
every
the
single
anti-Chip
box.
Kelly.
He's the anti-Chip Kelly.
Oh.
He'll talk to everybody and become friends with everybody.
Yes.
But obviously this is a phenomenal thing for the Eagles. I think most people think that the Bears are going to be going on their offensive line here. They're going to be looking at Skoronski most likely.
Well,
they could be going elsewhere.
The trade.
They could be. Oh, that's right. The trade. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And then they could be looking at the opportunity here for the Eagles to take advantage and
I
get
can't
Jalen
imagine
Carter.
it being much more than a swap with some pick down the road.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, I mean, why they do it, other than to ensure that Chicago doesn't get cold feet at the last minute and decide to take it.
Derek, give me what you're hearing again.
All right, I've just asked 3 different people that I respect, and its consensus is the Eagles are definitely taking Jalen Carter at number 9.
Okay.
And look, Howie Roseman said earlier in the week, it's all about unique. Gunner, you mentioned the word earlier, and that's the buzzword, especially when talking about a guy like Jalen Carter. You're getting somebody who is unique. You're getting somebody who is special. If that, in fact, is what the Eagles are going to do, which it looks like, and Gunner, you're reporting right now, then, Seth, what you had talked about earlier when it comes to replacing Javon Hargrave, you obviously do that. And then you also, at the same time, replace a guy who's only on a 1-year contract in Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
Listen, for me, it goes beyond that, because when you watch this kid play, there's very few defensive tackles that I've seen in all of my time in the National Football League, playing and being an analyst. Most defensive tackles are either a pass rushing defensive tackle or they're a run stopper.
Yeah.
This kid does both,
yes.
and he does it proficiently. He is a technician in the run game, and he can beat any guard out of a 3 technique. I've seen the film on him. So what does he do? He gives them what they don't have in Jordan Davis. And all you can hope is that Jordan Davis will now turn into that guy as a pass rusher. Now, he doesn't have to get you double-digit sacks, but if you can get 7 or 8 sacks out of Jordan Davis every year with Jalen Carter to his right and Fletcher Cox over here being pushed by some of these young guys, and the Milton Williams, also in the mix, now you're kind of getting back a little bit as far as your interior is concerned to what you were last year.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I think better, because I believe that Javon Hargrave was strictly a guy that wanted to rush the passer. Yeah. That is the reason why they had to bring in Joseph.
This guy,
Stu,
he was both ways.
Because you couldn't put him on the nose when Jordan Davis got hurt. He was reluctant to move to that position. But now you got a guy that's willing to play the run and the pass.
Yeah.
If you can keep Jordan Davis healthy, maybe we can bring that 121 yards per game rushing that they gave up last year. We can bring that number
Let's
down.
not forget, Gunner, that was a problem in the Super Bowl.
There's no question
get
about
off the field.
There's no question about it. Kansas City controlled the line of scrimmage. And here's a pick of an impact player, yet an impact player that doesn't have to come in and be on the spotlight by himself. 2 consecutive years, Howie Roseman drafts a position where they can slowly make the transition. They can be groomed by players already in front of them. They will be counted on to contribute, but you look at a lot of draft picks, especially high draft picks, you want to see them produce now. There's a lot more pressure on them when they come in when you're the top 5, top 10 picks. With this pick here, look at the buffer that he has in front of him, and if he accelerates a lot quicker than maybe a lot of people anticipate, he is going to make that defense that much better the second half of the season.
Let's not forget the continuity.
D-Gun, listen, I'm slim and trim. I lost a little bit of weight, but I'm going out on a limb here, okay? That kid's going to start right now because I believe he's NFL ready right now.
No,
I believe that he's better prepared to play all phases of the game right now than Jordan Davis is.
You know what?
I'm more excited about him than I am Jordan Davis.
It's funny you say that, Seth, because I'm going to show you something in the next commercial break. Somebody I have a lot of respect for that I've talked to quite frequently said, text me earlier today and said, if the Eagles take Jalen Carter, he will play more than Jordan Davis.
Absolutely.
And the Eagles will have a lot of explaining to do.
Mark,
and I said, wow.
So Seth was making a point, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you and I sort of caught a glimpse of a monitor. Jalen Carter looks like he's ready to rip somebody's head off right now. Like, my man's got like Seth intensity kind of.
Week one's tomorrow, right? The week one's tomorrow?
Yeah, this cat's angry.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, check this out.
Give me the terms of the deal.
The terms of the deal, the Eagles give up obviously the 9th. They move up to get the 9th overall pick. They trade the 10th overall pick of Mississippi, the pick swap, and all they give up is a pick in next year's draft, a 4th round pick.
4th round 2024, which they have a boatload of picks, as Seth pointed out a little bit earlier. So if you're just jumping on with us, the Eagles have made a trade with the Chicago Bears. The Eagles have now moved up to number 9. Jalen Carter is still on the board.
Jalen Carter's gone, man. What you talking about?
Well, he's about to be gone in a second.
Let's make it official.
Yes, but he's going to be going in a good way to the Eagles. Yes, Roger Goodell's about to take the podium. Bijan Robinson went to Atlanta at number 8. So the Eagles trade up. They swap number 9 and number 10. All they give up is a 4th rounder in 2024, and they have plenty of picks in next year's draft. So there isn't much given up here in terms of it. And this thing couldn't have played out any better as Roger Goodell strolls to the podium. And the Eagles are on the board as the commissioner steps to the podium.
I got to put my mic down.
It is Jalen Carter. And you can hear the reaction here at Top Golf. Yes, you got to love it. You got to love these guys going crazy here and having fun here at Ocean Casino
He's
Resort.
moved to tears,
Top
Rob.
Golf. He is
I'm
literally
sorry to
crying.
interrupt, but he's moved to tears.
He's in a pink suit. He's very emotional. Drew Rosenhaus, of course, getting camera time, and now he's hugging relatives. He looks very excited. Seth, this really, it played out in the Eagles' manner in how he read the room, and then when he wanted to just slam it shut and make sure that nobody was going to jump up there and make any kind of move, he swaps with the Bears, doesn't give a whole lot up, and they get their man.
Listen, man, this, like I said, this couldn't have felt any better if we all tripped on ourselves and fell over here tonight. I mean, this is, I can't explain to you, when you talk about the way that the Eagles like to play defense and the fact that they went and got a guy in Sean Desai who is a disciple of the same mindset and the same way that they're going to play defense that Jonathan Gannon ran last year. A Vic Fangio guy, then you need this guy. I mean, this is a need that the Philadelphia Eagles had. Now, you can talk about all that they lost, but in my opinion, this guy remedies a lot of problems. If you can get him in shape, get him motivated, and they've got enough guys around him, enough hard workers around him that will, like we talked about in the pregame, talk about, coming in and buying into the culture. You're seeing those tears because that kid's been through a lot in the last 4 or 5 months. And he's fallen, but man, thank God he's fallen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm excited to see what this guy brings to this team because I think that he's a difference maker. The only thing I don't like is that suit.
It's like a purple. It's a purple
gonna you a suit like that.
Listen,
come on, Seth.
You seen Fletcher's Super Bowl suit?
Oh yeah, don't even get me started with that.
I mean, that class kind of looked like the one.
He's very emotional, guys. I mean, he is crying. He was crying pretty hard when he just bro hugged Roger Goodell.
Who's going to cry more, Sirianni or Jalen Carter this year?
Good point.
You know what? You know why he was crying? Because as Seth said, there's a lot of pressure off his shoulders.
Absolutely.
Here's a young man who was considered one of the best players in this year's draft. He had a dark cloud hovering over him. He had to listen to all the talk and criticism about him. Is he a bad guy? Could he be a bad locker room guy? Can you imagine being 21, 22 years old, and all you want to do is fulfill your dream of playing in the National Football League, and you have the opportunity to be one of the top 10 players taken in the draft, and knowing what we know about the history of rumors and stuff getting out on players and how players have slid down to the later 20s and even out of the first round, that's a big sigh of relief. But look at what Howie Roseman has done here. Third consecutive year, he's gone to the SEC for his first player. Second time in a row, he's gone to Georgia to get his player. This is another case of what Howie Roseman told us on Sports Take last year. He said, I had to learn to listen to people outside of me, including my grandfather. And which we thought was
including Jeffrey Lurie.
Including Jeffrey Lurie.
Yeah, why don't we look at some of these guys in the SEC? Now, guys, you have two of his teammates playing alongside of him, Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean behind them.
Yes.
And Nakobe Dean ate when he was behind those two guys in college. This sets it up very nicely for him now, stepping into that bigger role, Nakobe Dean.
And listen, I agree with what you're saying. It's still a different game.
Yeah.
You're stepping up to the elite of the elite. And, Jordan Davis has proven that he can stop the run. Now he's got to prove to us that he can rush the passer and stay on the field more than first and second down. And you heard Howie say, last year when they had the discussion, well, why can't he be a pass rusher? Well, it's time for Tracy Rocker to step up and train this guy and develop him as a pass rusher. Now you got this other piece here. You get these two guys. I mean, they're going to make Nakobe Dean's job extremely easy. Now he's got to get to a place where he can begin to read, blocking schemes and understand how teams are attacking and knowing where he fits. Flow to, what's my gap responsibility? Flow away, what's my gap responsibility? And be able to decipher it and get there. And we know he can get there. And we know that he's a tackling machine. But I like what Howie's doing. I love this move. I've been saying from day one that this is the guy that they need to go get. The minute Devon Hargrave left and you begin to see that list just continue to compile of guys that you are losing on the defensive side of the ball, I pounded the table. I'm like, they've got to figure out a way to get Jalen Carter. And my God, it just fell right in our lap.
Well, when you think about it, this is a very similar move to what the Washington Commanders did when they went back-to-back years. You got Payne and Jonathan Allen.
Yeah.
And as mediocre as Washington is, those two have been the cornerstone of that defense. Now you have Jordan Davis and his former teammate, now Jalen Carter. So once again, as we thought, Howie, the organization, building this team from the trenches. And rightfully so.
Yeah, and Deron Payne just got paid as well.
He got paid.
Set the table more or less. But you look at this defensive line now and what they're capable of. And you look, we don't know much about Sean Desai. We don't know what he's going to bring to the table exactly. All we know, and I know this might give people some, shudders, is that he's going to be similar to a scheme and philosophy of Jonathan Gannon. So if that is going to be the case, Seth, to your point earlier, you're going to need guys like that that can provide that push up the middle and get after the quarterback without having to dial up a lot of blitzes. Sure, we'd like to see more aggression from time to time. Sure, we want to see second half adjustments. But with a guy like this, Noah Fletcher Cox with a little bit left in the tank and a guy that you already have on this defensive line in Jordan Davis, you're going to have a lot of push in that middle to where quarterbacks in the NFC East, especially a guy like Daniel Jones, going to be running scared in the early goings of the next season.
It's going to be dangerous. Think about this. Whether you're in your 4-man front or whether you're in your 5-man front, can you imagine Jalen Carter line up on the same side with Hassan Reddick and the games that they can run? Oh my gosh.
Yes. And and Mark, it's amazing. And by the way, Darnell Wright taken by the Bears offensive tackle, kid who's a very highly coveted. I know Barrett was a big fan of his out of Tennessee. But Mark, the contrast over the last 4 or 5 years, well, even you don't have to go that far back. With Howie Roseman, after Jalen Reagor, there was a lot of ire.
Yeah.
Okay, rightfully so. But you look at what he's done now over the last couple of years, and it's very much in Howie we trust. There is this unconditional belief that he will get this thing done, and this is yet another example of him now just owning this town in a big way.
We've used the expression read the room multiple times already leading up to this pick tonight. And then, of course, after this pick has been made with Jalen Carter. And Howie has done that better than anybody. This wasn't a panic move or, I better move up to 2 spots or 3 spots or 4 spots or anything ridiculous like that. And all he gave up to do it is a 4th-round pick in next year's draft, which, by the way, now I believe you have 11 picks in next year's draft, including some compensatory picks as well. So this is an incredible job of Howie Roseman reading the room. And not only that, getting a need and also a player that I think was the best available at the time. And yes, when you talk about the fan base here, it's amazing how it has turned. I mean, you look at the game that the Eagles played in Houston against the Texans this year.
Yeah.
He goes over to the fan who has the sign, Howie, you're forgiven. And Howie wasn't exactly the most pleasant.
We won't use that language.
We won't use that language.
Yeah.
But, he was feeling himself, and rightfully so.
I'm going to take the delay. Go ahead.
Actually, we can do it here if you want to do it.
We might as well. But Howie understands, and I think the fan base now understands that it's not anymore about being scared about what Howie Roseman is going to do on draft night. It's more so looking forward to the excitement of Howie yet again nailing a pick. And I know we could all talk about Justin Jefferson, and we could talk about Jalen Reagor, as you mentioned a second ago, Rob. But really, for the vast majority of since he regained power after that dreaded Chip Kelly era, it's been in Howie we trust this entire time, and this is the most recent example of it. Now I'm excited to see what happens with the 30th pick asset, if they pick or not pick at 30.
Countdown's on to 30, Seth. Here we go. It worked out very well at what we thought was going to be 10. It turned out to be 9. Let's run through it again here and what we have thus far. So the big news is the Eagles at number 9, they moved up 1 spot. They get Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle out of Georgia. All right, so number 1, Bryce Young went to the Panthers. Number 2, C.J. Stroud to the Texans. Number 3, Will Anderson in a trade. The Texans go back-to-back with picks. They get Will Anderson, the edge out of Alabama. Number 4, Anthony Richardson goes to the Colts with Shane Steichen. Number 5, Devin Witherspoon goes to the Seattle Seahawks, the cornerback. Paris Johnson goes number 6, offensive lineman to the Cardinals. Then we keep moving here with Tyree Wilson, edge. That was really where this thing shifted, where you felt like the Eagles have a pretty good chance to get Jalen Carter. But that was at number 7. That's who the Raiders took, Tyree Wilson. Bijan Robinson goes number 8 to the Falcons, running back who a lot of Eagles fans coveted. Then the Eagles make the trade up from 10 to 9. They swapped with the Bears. They gave up a 4th rounder in 2024. They gave up number 10, and they drafted Jalen Carter there at number 9. And now, Darnell Wright goes, the offensive lineman, goes to the Bears. Makes sense for the Bears to do that. considering they want to protect Justin Fields. But nonetheless, the big story is the Eagles get their man. As Derek pointed out a little bit earlier from his sources, the people that they were looking at, their pecking order here, Derek, was number 1, Jalen Carter.
Yes.
Number 2, Paris Johnson, and number 3, Bijan Robinson.
Yes.
So Paris Johnson and Bijan went ahead of them. They ended up getting the number 1 guy that they had targeted for them at that number 9 spot. So that's pretty remarkable stuff right there.
No question about it. When you look at this draft, it's just another example of what you think you know, you don't really know. Look at the cornerback situation. Everybody thought Gonzalez was the odds-on favorite to be the number 1 quarterback off the board. We knew Seattle needed secondary help. They bring Bobby Wagner back to stabilize the middle of that defense. He is beloved in that city like no other player in that city. They've added some other defensive players during this offseason. Now you got to start getting younger. When they were the Legion of Boom, what did they do? They built that secondary. Now they're doing it again. And I just like Witherspoon a little bit more than Gonzalez because I thought he was a little tougher in terms of hand-to-hand combat. I thought he was just as fast as Christian Gonzalez. And like I said earlier in the show, the only thing he's going to have to learn is get less and less pass interference calls. And that's hard to do in today's game because cornerbacks that play their game no matter what. You get one set of referees that let a lot of stuff go. You get another set of referees that call every ticky-tack thing that happens on a football field. He's got to learn that you can't just blanket people. There's a technique involved in this, as Seth will tell you. There's a technique involved in there, and you can disguise little things to get away with certain things when you cover some of these gazelles coming off the line of scrimmage.
These wide receivers today are extremely crafty, too.
Yep.
So a lot of the things that he could get away with last year, the learning curve is going to be tremendous for him because when you're lining up against 1s and 2s in the NFL, the way these guys run routes and the way they set you up, you can be over-aggressive and get roasted. So to your point, D-Gun, I understand what you're saying, and he's not going to be able to get up in guys' face the way he did at Illinois. Right? Illinois is the Big Ten, not the NFL. You're talking about these ultra-level, top-level wide receivers, and as a rookie, you're going to get targeted. Right? They're going to line Justin Jefferson up on you. They're going to line up, A.J. Brown on you. You understand what I'm saying? They're going to line up Devontae Adams on you to see what you got, to see how quickly you can mature.
Yeah. All right, we're going to step aside for 60 seconds. You don't want to go anywhere because when we come back, our own John McMullen from Birds 365 is going to join us from the NovaCare complex. He'll give us the latest on what he's hearing with the Eagles drafting Jalen Carter. Yes, the Georgia defensive tackle. They got their man, folks. They got Jalen Carter. We'll get a quick timeout. You are watching the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98 live from Ocean Casino Resort, Topgolf.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Back, everybody. JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98 live from Ocean Casino Resort, Topgolf. Rob Ellis, Derek Gunn, Marc Farzetta, and Seth Joyner. And we are joined now, and you can hear him each and every Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on JAKIB Sports YouTube channel, the one and only John McMullen. So, John, let's start with this. Was this just yet another case of Howie reading the room perfectly as this thing edged closer? He did make the little move to get up in front of the Bears to assure that the Eagles got Jalen Carter. But how did you see this thing unfolding? And the Eagles got the guy who, by a lot of folks' standards here, they wanted the most.
Yeah, definitely. This is a player. Became pretty clear in the last 48 hours that the Eagles were going to try to move up for, what I was told was a pass rusher. So it basically came down to Jalen Carter, Will Anderson. And it was always going to be really, really difficult to get up high enough to get Will Anderson. But, you know, in hindsight, when you say he moved up, very obviously only one spot, giving up a fourth-round pick next year. They were trying to get up to 5. They were trying to get up to 8. So, you know, there was a concern that other teams were trying to move up as well to get Jalen Carter. And the Eagles were able to get it. So, you know, there was even more of a sense of urgency to get up and get this player. And now it's going to become, look, are they right? Are they right to take a chance? Because there were a couple teams, Atlanta, one, that took them off the board, and for, you know, reasons that are a little bit troubling to tell you the truth. But the Eagles believe they have the infrastructure to get this kid on the right path. And obviously he's talented from a talent perspective. Remember, early in this process, before the off-the-field stuff started and some things started to bubble up, this was, you know, projected to be the #1 pick in the draft. So from a talent standpoint, I've pretty much said it for months. This is one of the easiest Eagles decisions ever from a talent perspective, because they believe in the position. They believe in the importance of the position. That's how talented he is. The only question now is, will he reach that talent level? You know, we always hear Nick Sirianni talk about loving ball and things like that, and those intangibles. We'll see. I mean, this team, this franchise is a little haughty at times, and some of it is deserving, and we'll see if it works out with Jalen Carter.
All right, but let me just follow up, John. So a couple things for people who may not know the full story. So he was, you know, involved in a very serious car accident. He was not in the car, but he was drag racing with other folks who ended up, you know, dying in a car accident. Now those people were, you know, allegedly under the influence, et cetera. We know that much. We know at his, you know, at the combine, he wasn't in the best shape in the world. And there are others things. I don't know if there's things that you can expand on, but what were some? Can you talk about some of the concerns, or is that stuff?
Well, at his pro day is really where he showed up about 10, 15 pounds overweight, and that was very close to the combine as well. So there was he couldn't finish some of his drills. There were people at Georgia. This is the troubling part. People in the program who told the Atlanta Falcons, who were obviously very close, take them off the board. Don't take. That is the most concerning part to me. Okay. And I heard that today, and I said, wow. You know, because that, you think about it, you know, that's your own college program saying that to an NFL team. And I was told the Eagles know this because they were honest. It wasn't like Georgia was picking out. They were honest about their players, and there was some concerns about the maturity and things of that nature. Now, the Eagles believe they have the infrastructure to deal with it. It starts with Fletcher Cox. It starts with Brandon Graham. It starts with veteran players like that, as well as Tracy Rocker, who's going to be his position coach. It also starts with Jordan Davis. He was very close with Jordan Davis, considers, even as young as Jordan Davis is, he considered him a bit of a mentor when they were together at Georgia, and Nakobe Dean as well. So the Eagles are probably a little bit more uniquely able to deal with it in a positive fashion than maybe some other organizations. And we'll see if it works out.
You know, John, it's interesting how we're not that far removed from when we were screaming and why this Eagles organization continuously neglected picking players from the SEC, which is like the AAA for the NFL. Now 3 consecutive years they dip into the SEC pool, and obviously it took Howard a little while to learn his lesson. But, man, over the last few drafts, including this one, it appears he's learned his lesson well.
Yeah, I mean, look, Georgia's been so good over the past 2 seasons, back-to-back national championships. I mean, you know, I think if you start looking later in the draft, you might see some more Georgia players. So You're right about the SEC, and there's some a dominant talent. Now, you also can't scout the helmet. We all know that as well. You have to be realistic, and there's some good players from small schools and things like that. But the Eagles have sort of gone down this route, and if you think about Devontae Smith and Landon Dickerson from Alabama, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, sort of, in Nakobe's, from his standpoint, almost getting a red shirt year. The Eagles look at those two and Cam Jurgens as sort of an extension of this year's draft because they're going to be expected to start this year. And now you have Jalen Carter, and we'll see what unfolds from here. But this kid is, again, from a talent standpoint, if you think about last year, Travon Walker was the #1 overall pick to Jacksonville from Georgia. He's considered a better prospect than him. He's considered a better prospect than Jordan Davis, and we know what kind of prospect he was last year. When he's right and he's playing at a high level, this is a very, very dangerous player. And if you go back to Howie Roseman's pre-draft press conference, he kind of alluded to, look, we don't expect to be in the top 10 by merit for the next number of years because of Jalen Hurts and where the team is. And they need to take advantage of this situation. And they were trying to get up. They were trying to get up, as I said, 5 to 8. They finally got up to 9. They wanted to make sure that they got this player.
Is it as simple, John, as he replaces Javon Hargrave? He comes in there, similar production, maybe better production. What is a realistic expectation for Jalen Carter now that he is a member of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, you saw it last year with Jordan Davis. Georgia's so talented. I'm not sure anybody on that front is prepared to go in and play major snaps right away. It's more of a rotational system down there. Obviously, he had conditioning problems, so that's probably going to be a work in progress. I always go back to Jim Schwartz, and he always call them startup costs with young players, and it doesn't matter if it's a rookie first-round pick, a seventh-round pick, undrafted free agent. Everybody's going to go through some startup costs. So I'm not going to say he's going to be Javon Hargrave and be able to replace the year that Javon had last year right away. But long-term ceiling, he's got a higher ceiling than Javon Hargrave. So, player development is real, but it's going to take some time. But when you look at this Eagles defensive line as a whole and understand they still have Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham and some of the veteran players, that's what they want. They want this rotational system. They want to come at you in waves. And this is going to be a big part of that rotation from day one. That's the goal.
John, I get the sense that, Jalen Carter is probably one of the most talented defensive tackles to be drafted in quite some time because he gives you everything. He's violent in the pass game. He's violent in the pass rush. I get the concerns. It kind of rubs me the wrong way sometimes, when you hear all these reports that come out, about these kids, because you're affecting their money, when you say the things that you're saying. And that goes, listen, I get what happened off the field. But I've heard people in the media over the years say things about guys that's been unsubstantiated. There's no way that you can tell me that Jalen Carter played for 3 or 4 years at Georgia and everybody there liked him. So, of course, somebody's going to say, stay away from the kid. But I've also heard that he's a good kid, that at 19, 20 years old, we all made dumb mistakes. We've all done things, by God's grace, it didn't wind up in a situation like he found himself in. Maybe he's got some unsavory friends, and maybe the mentorship of not having Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean there to steer him in the right direction this year kind of precipitated some of these things that happen. I just want the kid, everybody to just give the kid a chance. and look at where he is, and let's deal with what we're dealing with right now. I think he's a phenomenal talent. You know, he's one of the few guys that I've seen since Jerome Brown, and I know that I'm mentioning that name in high esteem, but the kid plays every phase of the game. Jordan Davis is a run stopper. He's not a pass rusher. There's not very Javon Hargrave was a pass rush. He was not a run stopper. Okay. This kid gives you the full boat. He gives you everything. And as rotational as they want to be, I think that he plays a much more major part in this defense than anyone's thinking at this moment in time, if they can get him in shape.
Yeah, I think the conditioning part is the biggest part early in his career, but that happens with a lot of players. As you know, you get guys in NFL strength and conditioning programs, and you see these big leaps and bounds over the first couple seasons. And I think you'll see the same with Jalen Carter. Look, from a talent standpoint, I'm with you, Seth. There's no question. I mean, the fact that again, this guy was not in the conversation. I mean, he was projected to be the #1 overall pick way back when Chicago had the top pick and wasn't looking for a quarterback because they had Justin Fields. And before some of the off-the-field stuff started, you know, but he did fall to #9 with that talent, which isn't that far, by the way. You know, other players in the same predicament who don't have that talent would have fell far more dramatically. So that's, you know, the talent versus tolerance issue that we all know exists in the NFL. This is a tremendous, tremendous talent. So there's going to be more tolerance. And the Eagles are one of those teams who has said they feel they have the infrastructure to deal with these types of issues. You know, Jeffrey Lurie has a history of giving people second chances. He doesn't have a problem with that. And he, you know, Dom DeSandro does his job, and he's on the board, and they took the player that they felt could be most impactful. From a football standpoint, I think they made the right decision. If this doesn't work, it's not going to be because of a lack of talent or anything of that nature. Right. And when you have players at this level, go all the way back to Ryan Leaf, who's a player, you know, a lot of people are familiar with, and they call it a bust now because he was a bust. But it wasn't like everybody got it wrong from his talent perspective. He was extraordinarily talented, but he had a lot of off-the-field issues, and things went wrong. And usually when you have top 5 picks or top 10 picks, and they fail, it's not because of the talent. It's because of other things. And, you know, I think it's fair to point out that these things have happened in the past. I think it's fair to point out that certain teams, Atlanta being one of them, Las Vegas being one of them, probably weren't going to consider him in the first round. Not probably, definitely.
Thank goodness.
For whatever reason. And, you know, maybe they made the wrong decision, but they made those decisions. And it's fair to point that out.
All right, John, good information, man. We appreciate you hopping on, giving us a couple minutes. We know it's going to be a busy night for you and a busy day tomorrow, 8 a.m., Birds 365 with yourself and Jody McDonald. John, we appreciate a couple minutes, man. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thanks, guys.
You got it. Thank you. Coming up, we have Pat Glauser, who is the director of the Gallery Sportsbook right here at Ocean Casino Resort. Are the Eagles now the favorites to win the Super Bowl? We'll see where they fall now that they've gotten Jalen Carter. You are watching the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98 from Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf.
The faces you know, the team you trust. The Delaware Valley's leading news program, Action News.
My name is Ivan Taki. I'm a Philadelphia-born and raised artist, entrepreneur. Been doing this for 27 years. I got pulled over by an officer and I was wrongfully accused for something that I didn't do. So at that moment, you know, I didn't think of nobody else to call but Adam. It's something about the way Adam himself is that makes the rest of the team play the same way. You want to have somebody that you can trust, somebody that you believe in, somebody that's fighting for you in that situation, and to know that you're in good hands. And when you feel that confidence and you feel that love and you feel that respect, that you're not just a number, that they're actually taking a little bit extra oomph and extra love, then you know that you're in good hands and they're looking out for your best interests, whatever that may be.
Go for the beers. Go for the cheers. Go for the hit and the hits. Go for the scene. Go for the screens. Go for the gallery. Go for the win. Go to Ocean.
Hi, I'm Jim Muehlbronner, Managing Partner at Del Val Insurance Group. Give us a call. We're a local, knowledgeable agency, not an 800 number. Go Birds!
We all know that taxes are just part of life. It's true during our working years, but also in retirement. But what you might not know is up to 85% of your Social Security benefits might be taxed. Our team at Thrive Financial has helped retire thousands of people across the Delaware Valley by asking questions they never knew they needed to ask, including how their Social Security benefits might be taxed. It's time to be proactive on taxes. Get your Thrive Retirement Tax Playbook today.
EAGLES, Eagles.
All right, we are back. Yes, we are. JAKIB Draft Special presented by local IBEW 98, coming to you live from Ocean Casino Resort. Top Golf, Rob Ellis, Derek Gunn, Marc Farzetta, and Seth Joyner. And we are thrilled to be joined now by Pat Bloss, who is the director of the sports book at Gallery. And Derek Barrett and I, Pat, were fortunate enough to help
I want to see you, Pat.
I know. That's right. Good work out of Seth. He's directing, he's producing, he does it all, Pat.
Stage managing.
But we were fortunate enough to be there for the grand opening, the debut of Gallery. And I know, listen, we did our shows all year long. Seth, you know, Marc, you know, and Derek, you know, pre and post game, and all that fun that we had during this past season. But tell us a little bit about your job in general, how things have been going with Gallery and all the unbelievable stuff here at Ocean.
Yeah, it's been incredibly exciting. You know, a year ago today, the Gallery was under construction. It wasn't here. You know,
that's right. We were here. We saw it under construction.
We were here.
Yeah.
So you guys got to see how that thing grew and how it was received throughout the year. And it was definitely something that we saw build upon. So when people came out to visit, and they came back again and again. So we're excited to have you guys because it really brings that environment that we love to have there. And it's an exciting place on Sundays that you really can tell the difference.
You know, when you do a project of this magnitude, you always have projections.
Yeah.
So when you look at your projections of where it was when it opened to now, were your projections right on point? Are they ahead of where you were or a little behind? How would you categorize?
So it was a big project, right? So we had high expectations, but what we've really seen is that the love for the integrated aspect with the table games. It's something that's different that we have at our casino, where it really blends in with the floor. So being able to have the bar and the games as well as the sports book, those things have been really well received.
Yeah, that's one of the things, just real quick, that's one of the things that I think really jumps out about the gallery is that you got something for everybody. I mean, it's a party for the people that just want to party and watch the game.
Yeah.
It's a party for the people that want to get a little money in on the game. And it's a party for the people that just like playing cards, and it's all set up right there. And you guys do a great job. I mean, we talk about in the draft all the time, versatility, baby. You guys bring at the gallery a lot of versatility.
Versatility and differentiation. You don't see that everywhere.
Pat is the Jalen Carter of gallery. That's what he is. No, but we were like my wife and I were here a few months ago, and we went and we were hanging out at gallery in the sports book, and it was just so awesome because at one table you had a group of people who were pretty locked in on an NBA game. Mm-hmm. The next table over, it was soccer, it was European soccer, and then you had other people, like you said, at the playing, doing their own thing. It was an awesome combination of things, and I think that's what makes it so much fun. Like Derek and I were just strolling around today. We finished Sports Take, and we looked at gallery like, man, this place is on fire, and it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was awesome.
Yeah, and only getting bigger, so we're really excited for this year.
Yeah, no question. All right, I have a question, Seth. How much has the Jalen Carter draft pick affected things? Are the Eagles now the Super Bowl favorites, Pat? So you're right on the spot.
It's a big move to have one player make a difference, right? Especially a rookie. But what's unique about this year is that the Eagles drafting so high. Normally, the teams drafting this high, one player isn't going to make a difference. It isn't going to change the odds at all. But having a top 10 pick, being in the Super Bowl last year, it will make a difference in what we do. So, especially where things are neck and neck right now with San Francisco for the NFC and the Bills for the Super Bowl, this could be something that pushes them over the edge depending on what the other teams do.
Yeah, we were here all season long for the pre- and post-game shows, and every time I was here, I'm like a kid in a candy store. I stand there, look at the monitors like this. Can you come in and design something in my basement similar to that?
That's right.
Could you do that for me?
At the gun countdown?
We'll try to make it work, yeah.
Pat, listen, man, keep up the great work. It's good to see you as always. And that's Pat Glose, who is the director of the sportsbook at Gallup right here at Ocean Casino Resort. Pat, we appreciate a couple minutes, man. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
All right, brother.
Good
All right,
seeing you.
we'll get a 60 in here. You don't want to go anywhere because we're going to update you on what's been happening with the draft. Believe it or not, we're not that far away from the Eagles selection at 30. Things are moving pretty fast and furious. If you didn't hear, they have selected Jalen Carter. They made a little move to get up to 9 with the Bears, but they selected Jalen Carter. We'll continue to react to that and everything that's happened around them. You don't want to go anywhere. Seth Joyner, Marc Farzetta, Derek Gunn, I'm Rob Ellis. We are the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98, and we're coming to you live from Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf. Stay there.
Post-game show with Seth Joyner.
I knew that they had a running game.
Derek Gunn.
He has put in the effort.
Devin Caney.
Had we not won the Super Bowl, what would we be saying?
And Mike Missinelli.
Well, you know who Philly is.
Post-game, now streaming on the 6ABC family of apps.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Welcome back to Ocean Casino at the amazing Top Golf. We're bringing in our next guest here, talk all things draft and all things Eagles fandom, and get his excitement when it comes to this Philadelphia Eagles team selecting Jalen Carter. Adam Malamont joins us right now. Adam, welcome in. Great to see you again. How, as a lifelong Eagles fan that you are, how excited are you for Jalen Carter that he's here in Philadelphia?
It's incredible. Listen, I saw Seth's reaction when the draft when the draft pick went down, and I looked at Seth immediately because we all know that defenses win, right? Phenomenal pick.
Yeah. Now, we were talking about this earlier when it came to Howie Roseman. From the Eagles fan perspective, This is a guy that might have one of the greatest turnarounds in the history of Philadelphia sports in terms of a guy that was heavily criticized. The popular thing, our most favorite pastime in Philadelphia, was almost rooting against Howie Roseman and just wishing his dismissal. Now it's a guy that you just consistently look at as a guy to build a winner.
He makes bold moves during the drafts. And, picking up A.J. Brown last year, nobody saw that coming. And that really changed the perspective of folks. I think that was the defining moment.
Adam, was Jalen at the top of your wish list, or were you like a lot of Philadelphians? Were you screaming for Bijan Robinson?
So it's funny. Some of my friends were sitting with me over there, were screaming for Bijan. I wanted Jalen. I wanted Jalen all the way. You put him next to Jordan Davis, you have the two best young disruptors on that defensive line. And we all know, listen, the idea is to put what did Jalen Hurts just sign? A 5-year, $250-some million contract? Keep that man on the field. You're not going to keep him on the field if the defense is on the field.
Yeah, it really has to go a lot, Seth, when it comes to confidence in this defense. And I know we don't know a lot about Sean Desai at this point, but the guys that are out there right now, whatever defense he's going to be running with these pieces, I think he's bound for some success.
Well, you need talent. I don't care what you're running, whether you're an overly aggressive defense or whether you're a passive defense that likes to bend but don't break. You need talent, And the Eagles have lost a lot of talent. They lost their 2 starting linebackers. They lost their defensive tackle with the most sacks. They lost a playmaker at safety. That's a lot to lose. And if you're going to be the type of team that the strength of your defense is going to be the defensive line, then the first place that they have to address is the defensive tackle position, in my opinion. Listen, Josh Sweat's going to do what he's going to do. Brandon Graham's going to do what he's going to do in a minimized role because of numbers. And then you got Hassan Reddick, who ended up with 16 sacks last year. You think that he's not chomping at the bit. You just need guys that can push the middle of the field, that can push the pocket, to allow those guys on the outside to do what they do. And I don't know. I'm really excited about this pick. I haven't been this excited about a pick in a long time, but I'm extremely excited to see what this kid turns into because I think he's the complete package. I really do.
Yeah, and Adam, you look at a player like Jordan Davis. We were excited to get him last year. Want him to develop into an NFL player a little bit more in this upcoming season. He's going to have to fill that role, of course, of doing that as not just Jalen Carter filling in for a guy like Javon Hargrave, but also seeing a guy what Jordan Davis could do. Now, when it comes to this defense as a whole, what are your expectations for the upcoming season as it sits right here?
Seth brought up a great point. We lost a playmaker safety. And in my mind, that there's two options, right? Go out and get another playmaker safety like a Buda Baker, somebody like that, or put so much pressure on the offense that they don't have time to get rid of the ball and make them make bad decisions. So my expectation is I think this defense, look, you brought back leadership. Brendan Graham's here. We've got Fletcher Cox came back. So under guys like that who have led, who have been Pro Bowlers, who have played at the highest level, I think these two guys are committed. I don't want to predict anything other than them being the best defense in the NFL. I wouldn't want to run up the middle.
No, certainly not against this team. As far as excitement goes, I know whenever you take a wide receiver, that's a sexy pick. You trade up and you get Devontae Smith like you did a couple of years ago. Everyone's really excited about that. In recent memory here, when it comes to excitement about where does this pick and Jalen Carter rank for you?
Oh, this is a sexy pick.
Oh, this is definitely a sexy pick.
You might as well throw some high heels on it because it's.
I was hoping Seth wasn't going to go that far. That was.
All right. I have to ask you this: are you more excited about the 2023 Eagles offense or defense?
Listen, man, that's tough. I absolutely love Jalen Hurts, and I'm sure that I'll fall in love with the play of this defense. But this offense is electrifying. The last offense that I remember that was this electrifying, and really at running back it's going to be questionable, but we have the best offensive line in football.
Right.
Was the greatest show on turf, the St. Louis Rams, who just, every time they touched the ball, they moved. And that's what this offense has the ability to do. This defense has the ability to keep that offense on the field. So, it's kind of a loaded question, but look, I think it makes them a more complete team all the way around.
I will say this. I believe that I'm more excited about the offense because I believe that the offense is not going to have the luxury of 70 sacks that they had last year.
Right.
And I think that Jalen Hurts is going to have to take another step, if you will. The whole offense is going to have to take another step in their development, in their maturation. I think that, before the Jalen Carter pick, I was really afraid of what the Eagles are going to look like on defense next year, just from the standpoint that, we were middle of the pack against the run, and we led the league in sacks. That's kind of an oxymoron, if you will. So that kind of puts you, even though your numbers are up here and overall you look like you're a really good defense, for the team that's committed to running, they can control the clock. They can control the time of possession. So that changes everything. And I felt like, if they didn't show up the defensive line and try to replace what was lost, that this offense is going to have to come out and score 30, 35 points a game in order to win. I don't feel like that's necessarily the case now. Now, the jury is still out on who's going to play linebacker and how proficient they can be. The jury is still out on who's going to play safety and how proficient can they be. We're okay at corner, slot. We're all right there. But those other two positions, those are still they are crucial.
Yeah, crucial.
Yeah, but if you look at the defense and you look at filling holes on the defense, this by far was the biggest hole I think we needed to fill.
Oh, my God.
So if we're going to take a step, we definitely took the right step tonight.
Absolutely.
What are you rooting for, Adam Malamut and Associates? What are you looking for the Eagles to do at 30? Do you want them to move up from 30? You want them to stay at 30? You want them to trade back at 30? What are you expecting Howie Roseman to do with that 30th pick asset?
I mean, the thing about Howie Roseman, you have no idea what he's going to do. You have no idea what move he's going to make.
I do.
I would love.
I'm sorry, is Christian Gonzalez
Nobody
still
but
on the
Seth
board?
knows.
And listen, when we sat down here, what's the first thing you asked?
Where are they going?
And what did I say?
You said they're going to go in D-line, Jalen Carter.
Okay, so now, the 30th pick, they're not going to move off that pick. They don't have to move off that pick. They need a safety that is a bona fide player. And the way that, these players are moving off the board, there are going to be some really good safeties there at the end. The kid from Alabama, Branch, love that kid.
Absolutely
love that kid. Yeah. And then even the kid, Jordan Battle, even though he's the 82nd ranked overall player from Bama, he's the other safety. He's a good player. So I just think the safety spot with what they lost in C.J. Gardner-Johnson this year, they need to shore that up because, NFs. So, I mean, what do you have there? You've got at two positions, like I said, you got fill-in guys that you hope will get there, but there's nothing like getting that guy, especially at the tail end of the first round, that you believe can be a guy that's going to be on your roster for the next 5, 6, 7 years.
I want to jump here real quick because another corner just went off the market there. Emmanuel Forbes, Mississippi State, just went to Washington. Yes. Christian, unless I missed it, and we were talking, Christian Gonzalez still on the board, Gunner.
See, Christian Gonzalez, for the last month, consistently had been considered the number one cornerback on the draft. Now he's not even off the board yet, and two corners have gone before him. What is it that all of a sudden flipped the script on this young man to where he's still wondering when or how he's going in the first round?
I just, dare I say, man, I hate when I turn on, the flag and hear some of these prognosticators talk about kids and what may be going on in their life and what might be going on behind the scenes. I'm a conspiracy theorist by nature. So I kind of feel like, some of that stuff is directed. Teams may want a player. Right. Teams may not want another team to get a player. So, you let little things leak out and little things are said, and NFL organizations around this time of the year, they got rabbit ears, man. Every little thing that they hear, they kind of believe it. And I think it's a travesty sometimes, when things are said about players without you really knowing that player, without you really, 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 really knowing that player down to his soul, because you're affecting his dream and his money.
Christian Gonzalez just went off the
board. There you go.
I think you guys just spoke to the universe.
See that? Belichick's listening to us, Adam.
That's my dude right there, man. Listen, all the corners on the board this year, this kid right here, I'm telling you right now, this kid right here is going to be special.
And also now with a chip on his shoulder.
That's right.
So that's great. Adam, before we let you go, Eagles staying at 30? Are they making a pick there? And if so, are they going offense or defense?
So, to Seth's point, I think that defense 100%, right? So we need to fill holes in defense. I could see a trade. I don't know if Budda Baker's still a viable option or somebody like that. I would gladly give up the 30th for a premier safety, but there's enough young guys out there that we can get. It's got to be a safety. I mean, that to me completes this defense.
The only problem that I have with Budda Baker wants out of Arizona for two reasons. He wants to be paid as the highest paid safety in the league. Two, he doesn't want to go through the rebuild process that the Arizona Cardinals are about to and waste his prime years.
Yep.
Okay?
Right.
The Eagles are going to have a lot of cap space next year, especially with the masterful way that Howie, facilitated Jalen's deal. They're still going to be darn near $40 million, under the cap next. So they're going to be able to make some moves. Do you want to spend that on Budda Baker?
No. Well, we don't. So no, but we only have, winning in the NFL, you have a small window. Right?
I get it.
So I'm looking at what's going to give us our best chance this year, and bringing in one of these young guys who may need a year or two to develop. I'm not sure that with our veterans, we have that kind of luxury. That being said, I'd rather draft somebody. But if we don't have that option, if the guys we want to draft are off the board, I would pay the money for
You're not going to pay Budda Baker that kind of money. No. They don't pay a safety that kind of money.
That's why I'm rooting for Branch, baby.
That's why
I love Branch, and I hope he's there.
Yeah.
But you also don't know that he's going to be there.
The beauty of having the picks and the cap space next year, that if you get to a point before the trade deadline and you need to go get a guy, you have the flexibility financially and assets to actually go and get that piece that gets you over the top.
Yeah, that's right. I agree.
Adam, great catching up with you again.
Likewise.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on having the best hair on the panel here.
Listen,
that's an accomplishment.
That's one of the things I was excited about. I'm looking at you guys, and I'm thinking, I got nothing on Seth. I mean, look at him. I mean, come on. I mean, look at him. Somebody yelled my name. People have been like cheering for Seth. Shrek yells my name. So you guys are pros, but the fact that I can come to the table and say that I've got the best hair at the table, this is a first for me.
There we go.
Point.
The first
pick. How long
though?
I want to be like you when I grow up.
Whoa. Don't rush.
We have to catch up with you again from the field in the upcoming season as well.
Appreciate you guys.
Adam joining us. So we'll be back when Phelps rejoins us here on the JAKIB Media Draft Special.
Weather forecasting is a team game.
We rely on each other every day, updating the models and passing along new critical information.
We have a team of 5 experienced meteorologists and a specialized weather producer, Paul. Say hi, Paul.
Sometimes what I see in the model, Cecily could see something different.
That's when we come together as a team to make our most accurate prediction.
And all of this backed by more than 100 AccuWeather scientists. It's a team game.
And we have the best team in town.
When it comes to the fight against insurance companies, large corporations, and the healthcare industry, injured victims are always the underdog. But that doesn't worry us. At Messa & Associates, we're an injury law firm from Philadelphia, and we come to fight. Our clients know that they've got representation with a chip on its shoulder, and it's the same chip that makes Philly the toughest city in the country. Call 215-568-3500 or visit us online at messalaw.com. Messa & Associates, the toughest injury firm in Philadelphia.
Go to get your game on. Go for the beers. Go for the cheers. Go for the hit and the hits. Go for the stakes and the stakes. Go to get your parlay on. Go to get your party on. Go for the scene. Go for the screens. Go for the gallery. Go for the win. Go to Ocean. Visit theoceanac.com to plan your visit.
Celebrating the life of your loved one is what we do at Life Celebrations by Givnish. When the matriarch of the Dalloway family died suddenly at 82 years old, Life Celebrations by Givnish stepped in.
They will make this the easiest thing that I know it's not easy, but they will make this as easy as possible.
Life Celebrations by Givnish, customizing services as unique as the individual.
I just know that my dad, who is in charge of everything, was not in charge of anything at that point when my mom passed. And again, just another shout out to this place for making it easy.
Turning tragedy into a celebration of life, no matter how hard, is what we do at Life Celebrations by Givnish. Life Celebrations by Givnish, customizing services as unique as the individual.
EAGLES, Eagles.
And welcome back in, everybody. Rob Ellis hopping back into the fray here with the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98. And we are coming to you. What an unbelievable crowd. What an unbelievable night it is here at Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf. Just an awesome, awesome crowd here, that's for sure. We got Seth Joyner. We got Marc Farzetta. We have my man, Derek Gunn. I am Rob Ellis. Yes, we are hanging out with you. We are hoping to talk to Barrett Brooks, our partner from Sports Take, D-Gun, each and every day, 12 to 3 Eastern. Let's update the folks on some of the later picks that have gone down, guys, all right? I'll catch you up. Jahmyr Gibbs was a guy we talked about potentially for the Eagles, maybe at some point, right? That's not going to happen. He ends up going to the Lions.
I'm shocked he went that high.
That's high, man. 12?
I thought maybe mid-20s at the earliest.
Yeah.
And he's a smaller back. You know, if you're going to compliment a back like DeAndre Swift, you need somebody that can kind of soften up a defense.
Yeah.
Now, he's a home run hitter, no question about that. Smaller back, tough as nails. But I was shocked that Detroit decided to go with a back. He knew he needed somebody after Jamal Williams. He had 16 rushing touchdowns last year.
Right.
But I was shocked. But then that's what the NFL draft is. There's always shock value, and there's a lot of shock value on this board.
Well, right. Robinson at 8.
Yeah.
And then you go to 4 picks later with another running
So how about that top 12, 2 running backs, Mark?
Just out of the gate like that. And then when we were talking about it earlier, when we were sweating that Detroit Lions pick,
that's right.
We were talking about potentially having that ground and pound style of offense and defense, of course, with Dan Campbell there in Detroit. And sure enough, that's the exact route that they end up going. They end up bolstering their ground game, give a little bit more break to their defense.
All right, so beyond that, guys, we go Lucas Van Ness, the edge. You know, he can move around that defensive line, that's for sure. He goes to Green Bay, Derek. I know you're very excited about that pick, so congratulations on that.
I thought he would be a low first-round pick at best, but that's what Green Bay does, man.
Did not start a game at Iowa, by the way.
No, he did not start a game.
Hey, listen, he was mocked to the Eagles at 10, and a lot of people's mocked.
You know what? That's why it's a mock, Seth.
Yeah, yeah, he made it
because most of the time those drafts are way off. Okay, the Green Bay went with 2 first-round picks last year.
See, I know how to stir him up.
Two.
Put the corner in.
Is this payback for all the times I didn't tag him? Do
right.
pre and post game shows.
Absolutely.
That's
All right,
right.
you got me today because I got my brother and my cousins text me. What's he like? I said, pass. Next. I said, I can't talk about him right now.
Marvin Gunn is getting.
He's twisting
getting
the
you,
screws
man.
right now.
Okay.
Why would you not get Jordan Love some help in the pass catching? You have 2 young speedsters in Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs. 2 guys who can go 4-3, 4-2. Why do you not get him another pass catcher? And what are the better offenses doing in the league?
Smith and Jigba.
You're Jigba sitting right there. Why would you not? They go out and get a part-time defensive end.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
All right, so beyond that,
Broderick,
Broderick Jones, the offensive lineman, goes number 14 to the Patriots. And then you have Will McDonald, who goes number 15, the linebacker to the Jets. Emmanuel Forbes, corner out of Mississippi State, goes to Washington.
Wait a minute. A linebacker went?
Yes.
Yes.
In the top 20?
Is that allowed, Seth?
Congratulations,
Seth, is that allowed?
I'm shocked.
We actually just had another one go, but I'll get to that in 1 second. So Christian Gonzalez, he fell pretty far, guys, to 17.
Yeah.
He ends up going to the hoodie. I mean, I'm shocked by that he lasted that long.
Well, you know what? The thing is, going to New England is the perfect spot for him to learn the NFL game in terms of what to look for. You know, say what you want to say about Belichick, and everybody's making fun about the fact his team's fallen off since they lost Tom Brady, but they still have good defensive players.
Yeah.
They're still one of the better defenses in the league. This is a perfect fit for him to make that transition. I expect this young man to emerge as a Pro Bowl type corner within the next couple of years.
Yeah.
You were off the set, and I said, you know what? It's amazing how all of these experts identified him as the premier corner on the board for a month. And all of a sudden, and you heard me talk about it on the show. I loved Emmanuel Forbes out of Mississippi State.
Yeah, you did.
But the fact that Christian Gonzalez went third behind Witherspoon and Forbes
is crazy.
I'm shocked.
Yeah,
I'm shocked.
I'll tell you, Seth, I really like this last pick that happened. The Lions strike again. They get Jack Campbell, the linebacker out of Iowa. I think that dude is a beast. He is a beast.
Well, listen, there's no doubt about it. I was shocked, that they didn't take, Jalen Carter, to be honest with you. But, listen, that kid can fly, and he's all over the field.
He's big, too.
And it matches with what they like to do on the defensive side of the ball. They need players. They need more players on the defensive side, to get them up to speed. I mean, they need players all over the place, but they're coming. That
Detroit's going to be a problem.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to be a problem. And Seth, I share your shock that he wasn't available later in the draft, unfortunately, for the Eagles.
Yeah, right.
I mean, look at it. Even by the Eagles' standard, this is ignoring linebackers.
Yeah.
Like, this is ignoring linebackers, even by the Eagles' standard of ignoring linebackers. Like, this is even extreme for them.
Yeah.
So you have a guy like this that was this talented. I'm very surprised to see him go at 18, especially you mentioned his speed, you mentioned his quickness, and his power is just what made him as good as he was at Iowa. So I thought there would be an opportunity there. Early second round, maybe with the 30th pick, the Eagles might be able to get a guy like that. I still think they're going to be focusing on safety if they do make a pick at 30. But this is a pick that I thought the Eagles were going to be eyeing
so
at least a little bit.
Let me throw this out at you. See, you got Saleh and Campbell, who really understand the importance, of defense because they're defensive coaches.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what they also understand too is that I don't care how good of a defensive front you put together, you got to have at least one linebacker because you're normally a 4-2. If you're not into some sub package where you only got one linebacker on the field and you're in some dime package, but you only got one. You got to have one linebacker out of the two that's normally on the field that's off the ball. One of them has got to be a hellraiser.
Seth, how worried are you about the Eagles'
I'm
setup
worried.
here?
I'm worried because you know what? As good as those guys play up front, they can only hold off double teams so much. The linebackers got to make plays. T.J. Edwards was a tackling machine. For me, that's important, but also as a linebacker, you got to be a playmaker too.
Yeah.
I need to see some sacks in there. I need to see some
interceptions,
some strip fumbles, and some interceptions and some recovered fumbles. You got what, 2.5, 3 sacks between the two linebackers last year, no interceptions.
Right.
In a 20-game season, you need more production out of that position. And I think that's the one thing that Howie, if there's one area where I think that Howie really undervalues more than any other position on the field, it's the linebacker position.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think it's wrong. And I think that if they could get a guy that could be a difference maker, he would see how much of a difference that would make, from a defensive perspective. It would take the defense to another level.
Yeah. All right. We got another pick in. The Tampa Bay Bucks have selected Kalijah Cansey, the defensive tackle who we referenced a little bit earlier out of Pitt.
Another good player.
Maybe a little bit undersized, but we've heard that before for defensive tackles coming out of Pitt who have done pretty well. That's a good pick by the Bucks. That is a nice, at 19, nice value pick out of Tampa Bay. I like that.
Well, their defense was somewhat of a sieve last year. They had a lot of problems on offense. The defense was a sieve. In Tampa Bay, they love their defensive players, and I'm not surprised they took Cansey.
All right, let's go to our partner that we hang with each and every day, 12 to 3 on Sports Take. Derek Gunn, myself, and Barrett Brooks. Barrett joins us from the Wells Fargo Center. So, Barrett, we haven't had a chance to talk to you about this, but the Eagles, it really played out well from a board perspective. They made the little jump to get up from 10 to 9, and they select Jalen Carter. They get their man, Barrett. Just your reaction to that.
This is unbelievable. I can't believe it was able to happen, man. You could have bought me with a box of peanuts that we got Jalen Carter, the best player arguably in this draft. I can't believe we were able to do it. But once I saw things starting to, go the way it were, especially with the Texans going in and having the next 2 picks, getting C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. But what really, took me by surprise was the fact that Seattle took Devin Witherspoon.
Yep.
And once that happened, everything just fell into place. So, I can't believe we got him for a 4th rounder and a 1st rounder. I appreciate the and their love in giving us this great player, man.
Hey, Barrett, was that 5th pick where you started to get really nervous?
Well, yeah. I mean, actually, I was. I mean, as soon as I hit Seattle, I'm like, all right, they're definitely getting a defensive lineman. Their defense was porous, and they needed somebody to help stop them. I mean, stop the run, stop the pass. But then they went with Witherspoon. I mean, they didn't even go with Gonzalez, who I thought was the best corner in the draft. They went with Witherspoon, and then things started to fall into place. Vegas went with Tyree Wilson. Biggest surprise to me is that I love Kyler Murray. He's the one that told them to pick Paris Johnson.
That's right.
He's been screaming that for the past month.
Seth called that one. Yeah.
And made it happen.
Mm-hmm. Barrett, you watch a lot of film on everybody, and I know how much film you poured over with Jalen Carter. So for Eagles fans who maybe didn't see a lot of Georgia football, can you tell us a little bit about what he brings to the table and how diverse his game is?
He's just an explosive player. Plays well with technique, has a high motor, gets up the field, plays with athleticism, has great change of direction, overpowers most guards in the league. This kid is good, you know, and I can't believe we picked him up at the number 9 pick. I thought he was like a unicorn of this draft. There was no way we were going to be able to get him because I thought that all the defensive teams that, you know, were looked in front of us, like the Arizona Cardinals, Vegas, Seattle, they were going to get him because he was the next defensive lineman that's going to be picked up after Anderson. But the mere fact we were able to get this and make this happen, you know, of course we had to give up a 4th rounder for next year. And we have 12 picks next year. Now we just traded 2 of those picks. We have 10 picks. There was no way we were going to be able to get all those picks on the roster anyway. There's not enough spots. So, I mean, it's just a perfect opportunity for the Eagles to get an inside guy. Now I'm just worried about who's going to play where now, because this kid is definitely going to play. Does he take Fletcher's spot? Does he take Davis's spot? Who gets less time? This is really a great problem to have that type of player competing and iron sharpening iron, and they getting ready for next year.
Oh, don't worry about where he's gonna play, B. You know, you just know he's gonna play. Make the comparison for me, because I know that, you know, we got to give him some time to grow in the pro game. But make the comparison about what he offers and what he brings to the table, opposed to what we lose in Javon Hargrave.
Well, would you have a guy that does both well? He can stop the run and rush the pass. See, that was the only thing Hargrave lacked in, his ability to go out there and stop the run. That's why he had so much. He couldn't stop the run. Well, this kid has.
He didn't want to play the run.
Get up. Say it again.
I said he didn't want to play the run.
Bro, what you always say that playing defense is want. He didn't want to play the run. He didn't want to stop the run. This kid will stop the run. Look at his change direction. Look how he uses his body and he contorts his body into position where he can, you know, give less of his body, throw a guy off of him, and go make a play, getting up the field, jetting up the field. Reminds me a lot of kind of like the way Warren Sapp kind of plays. I think he's a little more athletic than Warren. This kid is good.
Let's unpack the idea of who gets what snaps here for a second, Barrett. And I want to talk to Barrett Brooks, the former offensive lineman here. What do you least want to see line up in front of you if you're an offensive lineman and you're seeing guys like Fletcher Cox and you're seeing guys like Jordan Davis, and now you're seeing Jalen Carter, and you got a couple of guys off the edge too that are pretty good at getting the quarterback. Who do you least likely want to see going up against you as an offensive lineman?
Well, at this point, you know, I mean, Fletcher's still Fletch. He's still got, when he wants to play, it's hard. You're hard pressed to have him, you know, somebody block him one-on-one. But this kid, I don't think you can block one-on-one. With him learning from Fletcher Cox, learning how to really get penetration up the field, rushing the passer, he can be unique in the aspect that he can play on all 4 downs, as opposed to, you know, sometimes Fletch has to go out on certain plays. He can continue to play. All that not being in shape, you know, for the offset, that's not going to happen. They'll make sure that he's going to be ready to play. But I don't want to play against this guy because the way he plays, how big he is, and how explosive he is getting up the field.
Hey, Barrett, you heard me mention it on Sports Take earlier today when I told you that somebody had just texted me and said, if they take Jalen Carter, he will play more than Jordan Davis, and then the Eagles will have some explaining to do. Do you think he will be on the field more than Jordan?
Absolutely, because I think Jordan Davis is going to be more of a situational player. He's just going to be on a first and second down, run downs. This kid will play every single down. Like I said, he can play all 4 downs. He can play on first and second down, stopping the run. He can rush the pass on 3rd down. He can stop him on 4th and short. He's the total package as far as being an every down player on the field. And plus, I think he gives more effort than even Hargraves on the field. And I know he'll give a better effort in a run. Like I said, he was my unicorn this draft simply because I didn't think we were going to have an opportunity to get up to get him.
Yep.
But he fell to us. And Howard Rosen made the trade, made it happen. I guess somebody wanted the reason why they traded just that one pick. Somebody probably gave him wanted to give him a 6 in their first rounder in order to get the deal accomplished. Well, Howard Rosen said, "Look, you can have one of our 4th round picks," and he made that deal happen.
D-Gun, I don't know that there's explaining to do. You just pick this kid with the 9th pick overall. You picked Jordan Davis with the 13th pick overall last year. Right. I've been saying all along there was a year off. Because for me, Jalen Carter would have been the guy that I would have picked last year, and maybe to satisfy that 121 yards that you're giving up every game, I go and I take Jordan Davis this year. But it's pretty apparent, and they can say what they want to say, but when you have a guy like Jalen Carter who can play every down, who can be a factor in the run game and a factor in the pass game, it's not a situational player. It's not just a first and second down run stopper. He's a difference maker, and no matter how they try to spin it, it's just how it happened to fall. Jordan Davis just happened to be a year before him.
True.
Hey, Seth.
Yeah.
You know who reminds me of a guy you played with? You remember Swan?
Yeah, Eric Swan. I was just with him last week. Yeah.
Doesn't he kind of remind you of his build and his explosiveness?
Yeah, I just hope that his mentality is not like Swan, because Swan played when Swan kind of was like Fletcher, man. He played when he wanted to. If he didn't want to, he shut it off. But when he wanted to, you couldn't stop him.
He didn't play in college, right? So,
no.
We did.
But the thing about this Jalen Carter kid, all the film that you see on him, there's just no quit in him. Every play is an explosive play. And to Barrett's point, we were talking about it early, he is just a technician in the run game. Like, you don't see that a lot. Most guys are trying to pick an edge or trying to get up the field. He'll hit you right in the mouth, and fall back in the gaps where he's supposed to be when he's out of position. He'll dominate you and put you in the hole and squeeze the hole off and make you bounce to him. Listen, he's a complete deal, man.
But see, Seth, the only reason
Seth, you know what? You're right about that, and that's exactly what I was trying to dictate to people. There's certain guys like taking on a double team, and as an offensive lineman, I'll take half, and another guy will take half. But some guys can read that double team and see who's trying to get off and who's not. He will read who's trying to get off and force his way back into the gap. He doesn't just run around the block. He'll fight, get back into the play, and keep that linebacker free because he kind of back into the block.
He kind of leans and leverages into where the guy's trying to get off. So even if he's out of position, he falls back into his gap. And people don't understand how important gap football is. When you get double teams, like one guy is trying to get you head up or trying to get across your face in order to get the other guy off the double team so he can get up on the next level. Right. He doesn't allow you to do it. He stays in the gap. No matter what happens, he'll stay in the gap. So when that guy does have to get off, he falls right in the gap.
Barrett, final thoughts, man. We're going to wrap this thing, but what are you thinking here at 30 if they do stay put? You got any guess position-wise?
I think we should go ahead and finish up with this Georgia connection. Maybe we can trade up and get Nolan Smith if he hasn't come off the board.
Okay, I like it. Barrett,
hey, Barrett, real quick, I got to give you kudos. I love to rib you, but I got to give you kudos, man. You were on Bijan Robinson going in the top 10, and sure enough,
he called it exactly. He called it the Falcons. You were right on the money, man.
I heard it from a little birdie, man, but I tell you what, man, they got a hell of a player, man. But we got the gem of the draft, man, in Jalen Carter. We got the gem of the draft.
Love it, Barrett. Great, man. We're looking forward to hanging with you tomorrow at noon on Sports Day. Appreciate you giving us a couple minutes, man.
Can't wait.
All right, B. All right, we appreciate it. That is Barrett Brooks. Yeah, that's amazing. All right, guys, we're going to quick time out here, and when we come back, we will continue. We're getting close. We're up to 21 now. So the Eagles are picking at 30. This thing's moving fast and furious. So we'll update you on everything that's happening. And guess what, Gunner? We have a chef coming up.
What? More food?
We might lose more food for the rest of the show. It's distinctly possible.
More samples?
You ain't getting no more food tonight.
See that, Seth?
No samples?
Exactly.
Nothing?
You'll get something. Don't worry. We
dessert? Something?
We'll get you a little something. I know. I know how to.
I know
how to keep Twinkie going. Trust me. All right, we will do that when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Seth, Marc, Derek. I am Rob. We are the JAKIB Special presented by IBEW Local 98, live from Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf. We'll be right back.
Do you stream on a Roku, Fire Stick, Google TV, or Apple TV? Now you can watch 6ABC 24/7 with the 6ABC Philadelphia streaming app.
For the big story on Action News,
search 6ABC Philadelphia and start streaming today.
Go to get your game on. Go for the beers. Go for the cheers. Go for the hit and the hits. Go for the stakes and the stakes. Go to get your parlay on. Go to get your party on. Go for the scene. Go for the screens. Go for the gallery. Go for the win. Go to Ocean. Visit theoceanac.com to plan your visit.
The greatest fans on earth. It's a bold statement, but would you expect anything less from Philadelphia? 58 years of heartache creates a toughness, a grit, a resolve not found in most. Sure, our prayers were answered, but now that we've had a taste, we're looking for more. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Go passionately. Go fearlessly. Go confidently.
Go Birds!
Go confidently towards your goals with First Trust, Philly's hometown bank for nearly 90 years, and the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We're focused on getting you over the goal line. So go with conviction. Go with trust.
Go Birds!
And go forward with us by your side. First Trust Bank, the official bank of Philadelphia dreams. Oh, and go Birds.
All right, did you know I was the Mommy Slam Dunk Champion?
Really?
Yes, really don't sound so surprised.
Let's see it.
Oh, you're ready. All right, here we go. Let's hear the crowd. So go to right, I go to left, fake a mom. Mama, go up, mama!
She did it.
Again? You can't avoid gravity, but United Healthcare can help you avoid financial surprises by helping you compare costs and doctor quality ratings. United Healthcare.
Uh-huh.
EAGLES, Eagles.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Great to be hanging with you. We are the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98, and we're coming to you live from Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf. And you know what? We had the great opportunity last year to talk to Chef Darren Shanks, and he has rejoined us. Now, not only is he back, Derek, he is a new father of baby boy Justice.
Congrats.
And how long ago?
Yeah,
how many days ago was
go.
it, Chef?
Thank you.
Yes. How many days ago?
10 days now.
Oh, 10 days. Congrats,
Wow.
man. Congrats. How's he doing?
So you sleep cooking.
Right. He sleep eat.
Is this your first one?
No, it's my second.
Second,
It's my
okay.
second. I have Justice and Journey.
Oh,
So
very
those
beautiful.
are my
Beautiful.
two beautiful babies.
So if you have more, you just gonna keep going through the J's.
No more. No more.
He wants to play man-to-man. He doesn't want to play his own.
No more.
You sure? See, you say no more, but you know what? Your wife looks at you and goes, "Oh, we could use one more."
Well,
that's what my wife did to me.
Justice got to get a job first.
Oh,
He's 10 days
man.
old.
Oh my God.
I hear you. I hear it. Well, look, we're sitting here and we have some nice additions. In addition to Chef Darren, we have some nice additions here. So you got to walk me through the lobster first because
All right.
D-Gun's about to make a move. You know that.
I
It's
know
about
he
to
loves
happen.
to see
It's about to go down.
You know what? If somebody else fumble, I'm diving on that lobster.
Exactly.
I'm telling you that right now.
Well, you loved the seafood last time, so we switched it up. This is a
Yeah.
seafood boil. I mean, it kind of, I worked in Baltimore for a while and stuff like that, so I like to do the southern thing with the seafood. That's lobster, crawfish.
Oh, my goodness.
clams, shrimp,
man.
mussels,
Come on.
sausage, corn. It's all in there.
I think Seth might make a move actually before Derek.
Let's go to break, Joe.
Look. This is the one time. This is probably the only time that I would physically challenge Seth. If somebody said, we both attack that seafood, I may go down swinging, but I'm going down.
No, you can have the seafood. I want the burger.
Yes.
Right. You want the burger?
That steak burger, man. I had that before the show without the bun.
Yeah.
Off the chart.
Yeah, it was.
That one ain't making it out of here before the night's over.
And the fries are ridiculous. The fries are like they almost have correct me if I'm wrong, Chef Darren. They have really fried taste, straight big
right. So
club
I mean,
fries.
we try to, because a lot of people migrate from New York and Philadelphia here, so we try to get that pub food taste.
Yeah.
You know, that stadium taste. So you're gonna get the curly fried taste, or I can't say everybody else's.
And I know you didn't have it, Seth, but the bun is ridiculous. The bacon is cooked perfectly.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, that's perfection right there.
Don't take it the wrong way, but that fry right there looks bad. So I got to test it to save everybody.
I knew it. Thank you. Thanks for doing that, Derek.
Oh my goodness.
So tell us, Chef. Give us some of we obviously see this is incredible, but some of the other things that you guys offer here at Top Golf at Ocean.
We try to own everything that we do, kind of. Yeah. So we have some fun food, flatbread, short rib grilled cheese,
sliders,
the sliders.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, the burger.
Yeah.
Don't forget the crab cake.
You gotta have the crab cake. You gotta have the crab cake, and you gotta have the bacon jalapeno mac and cheese too.
Okay.
That's really good.
Oh, okay.
Bacon jalapeno mac and cheese is definitely good. Definitely.
How much freedom does Ocean give you to be creative with your dishes?
I feel like they give me all the freedom in the world, as long as I don't give them anything that's not good. Once I start giving out food that's not good, I'm pretty sure that they'll cut me off.
Yeah.
Well, it must be you must be. The food's got to be phenomenal.
It smells insane, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, we're sitting here like drooling, honestly. Like it's.
Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed everything. I'm glad you guys come back.
That burger ain't gonna make it to the. That burger ain't gonna make it out of the next break.
I want the. Yeah, I'll take the bun if you take the burger.
Oh, you can have the burger.
There's the deal. That's a svelte Seth over there, man. He's down to his playing weight back in the day. That's for sure.
None but meat, man.
There you go. There you go. Well, listen, Chef, good seeing you as always. And congratulations again on Baby Boy Justice, man. To go along with Journey, he's got it all going on. You do a great job here, man.
Thank you very much. Thanks for enjoying everything.
It's our
Hopefully
pleasure.
I'll see you guys again next year.
All right.
Hope so.
Thank you. Sounds great. Thank you, Chef. That's Chef Darren Shanks there. You got to come down here. Top Golf at Ocean Casino Resort. All right, we're going to get a 60-second break. You don't want to go anywhere. I'm going to catch you up on everything that's happening here in terms of the draft picks. As we inch closer to the Eagles here at number 30, we'll revisit the Eagles taking Jalen Carter at number 10 as well. So don't go anywhere. We are the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW, Local 98. As I mentioned, we're coming to you live from Ocean Casino Resort, Top Golf. Right back.
EAGLES, Eagles.
D-Gun's got a mouthful, so we're good. We know that. He's gonna be okay. He's gonna make it to the finish line. He got his grub on, that's for sure. We are the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98. We're live from Ocean Casino Resort, Top Golf, rejoined by Marc Farzetta, hanging out with you on this draft night. So here's where we are, guys. The Eagles, most importantly at 9, the Eagles selected Jalen Carter out of Georgia. The board really fell their way, and then they made a little move up to get in front of Detroit to make that trade. Then we end up, we're all the way down now to number 23. We're on the clock right now with the Ravens. We've had a little bit of a run on wide receivers, guys, so let's catch up, people. The last two picks, Jackson Smith and Jigba, I can't believe he lasted that long. The receiver out of Ohio State goes number 20 to Seattle. Very good pick, man. You team him up with DK Metcalf. Woo! And Lockett.
Tyler Lockett.
Whoa.
What universe are we in that we're watching an NFL draft where 2 linebackers went off the board, 2 running backs went off the board before the first wide receiver went off the board?
It's crazy. It's
Needs,
crazy.
man.
Yeah,
Needs.
it's hard to believe. And then the next selection was Quentin Johnson, wide receiver out of TCU. He goes to the Chargers. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're sitting, as I mentioned, on the clock with the Ravens, Vikings, Jags, Giants, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Saints, and then it's the Eagles sitting there.
I think you might see another wide receiver come off the board here.
Who are you thinking, Seth?
Well, Jordan Addison out of USC.
Yeah.
But I'm really high on, and Zay Flowers is there
Boston
as well.
College.
Zay Flowers.
Like him a lot.
You know the one that I love the most? I love Jalen Hyatt.
Oh, Tennessee. I'm with you. Seth, I
don't know how he's ranked so low.
I don't either.
He just lit people up like New Year's Eve every Sunday.
When
this
Hendon
year.
Hooker was healthy, I was watching a lot of I'm watching film on him, Seth, and then then Wyatt just leaps at you every single time.
He's just running by people all day long.
He's legit. He is legit. That's a good choice. That's a good choice right there. One thing we didn't really get a chance to get to, guys, too much, and this came down hours before the draft, but Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is locked in Baltimore now. As expected, he got a bigger deal than Jalen Hurts. Who cares? But he got 5 years, $260 million, $185 guaranteed. His salary would be $52 million per year. Are we surprised they got this thing done? Because it looked like who knew with that situation?
I think Jalen Hurts was the motivating factor behind it finally getting done, setting the market as Zay Flowers now goes off the board.
Yes, he did go. He did go
to the Ravens. And I'll tell you this, Rob. In all honesty, it does annoy me a little bit because I think Jalen Hurts. If anyone is drafting a quarterback, there's no way for the All NFL. There's no way Jalen Hurts is going after Lamar Jackson.
I agree.
And I think he is much more deserving of a bigger contract. But this is the way the game is played.
Well,
and I'm still happy that you have Jalen Hurts as your quarterback.
See, but this is the genius of Howie and the genius of Jalen's agent.
Nicole Lynn.
Because really, when you look at the last 2 years of his contract, in all, let's say that he gets the Eagles back to the Super Bowl and they win, or they're a perennial playoff team, and he's a perennial All-Pro. By the time he gets to those last 2 years, they're going to cut it up and redo it anyway.
Yep.
Just the way it's structured. The way it's structured, it gives the Eagles all the flexibility that they need in the first 3 years of the contract. Mm-hmm. Those last 2 years where it's like 50-50, boom. You tear that up and you go in and you restructure it. And you restructure it in a way where, you give them a big signing bonus again, and you do the same thing all over again. So it doesn't matter. These guys are like jockeying for position. If Lamar think he got the deal, wait till you see what Herbert and what Burrow gets.
Yeah.
It's going to be insane. And what Patrick Mahomes renegotiates his deal.
Oh my God.
That's going to be damn near a 60-year deal.
And Herbert just got himself a hell of a weapon in this draft.
It's a nice pick. That is a nice pick. And by the way, Zay Flowers with a leather suit. I'm glad
I didn't wear mine.
It is kind of cold in Kansas City.
Yeah. What?
It's a little cold.
Is that
in
what
KC.
it is? Okay, it's good to know. Yeah, that was out of the gun collection, the leather suit.
I used to have one of those back in the day.
I believe you.
What, the gun collection or the leather suit?
Oh, both.
That was a D-gun suit. When he goes D-gun, he wears a leather suit.
See, Seth don't know about my 3 different personalities.
Did you know that?
When
There's
I go
D-gun, Gunner, and Derek.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, Derek's a nice one.
Yeah.
Gunner's the kind of D-guns, you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Gunner's an angry one.
Yeah, Gunner's a troublemaker. Yeah, it could be problems.
Meanwhile,
I feel like when Derek is in trouble, you get that a lot too at home. Derek?
Yes.
No, my wife calls me by my full name. I just kind of slip out in the garage. I don't come back in the house.
Just make sure you take the meds in my presence.
We got the Vikings on the clock now, guys. So Minnesota will be selecting next in the draft. And I don't know about you guys. It feels like it's going fast to me here. So
it's starting to move. Starting to move. So this is an interesting time here. So 23 now is the pick that they're at.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the Eagles again are going to move up significantly in this draft. I don't know where you guys were at on this, but I did not expect the Eagles to make a pick at 30.
I didn't either.
I thought they would trade 30 into the second round.
They still might, but there's some players available here that can really help them.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. I don't expect for him to stay there, but it all depends on how it falls. True. The guy that I'm like dumbfounded is still on the board is Nolan Smith.
Yes.
I'm dumbfounded.
Barrett loves him. Barrett's
now, I don't know that he's going to last 6 more spots to get to the Eagles, whether, they covered him that much that they're willing to trade some more assets to go back and get him. But, I mean, he's the guy, in my opinion, that you go get to push Josh Sweat on the other side. That now step into that third spot when Brandon Graham decides that he's done.
Right.
And, you bring him in this year at this high pick, you don't have to worry about getting him on the field and getting him a lot of reps. You can spot him, in different situations, and you got that guy just in case the injury bug bites you.
And here's the thing, Seth. I know that Gannon's gone, but you already have a blueprint in place with the team of how to utilize a guy who's maybe a little bit undersized. And I'm not saying that Nolan Smith comes right in and he's Hassan Reddick, but you have an idea of the best way to utilize that kind of talent with that kind of size, I would think. And I think that's an advantage to the Eagles if they can.
Well, I mean, situationally.
Yeah.
And what it does also is it gives them another guy that you can play games with. See, because I felt like, the Eagles defense last year was somewhat predictable.
Right.
Because, Hassan Reddick was going to be the guy in coverage when they needed to drop. When they're in their 5-man and they got to get another guy in the coverage, Hassan Reddick's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
You got to get a guy like Nolan Smith. That gives you the ability to play games. It could be Hassan Reddick. It could be Nolan Smith. It could be both of them.
Great point.
And then you bring the two inside guys.
Right.
There's a whole lot of things that you can do when you have that kind of versatility. That versatility that Brandon Graham and Josh Sweat doesn't necessarily afford you.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be mad at Nolan Smith. I mean, I would love the pick, of course. But the player that I am still watching, and I think he's more likely to still be there on the board, is Brian Branch. That's the guy that I would love to see. The safety out of Alabama. And look, is it a need for the Eagles? Yes, obviously it's a need. But when you talk about a guy who is ready to play in the NFL right now, and is he better than anything else most likely that you have on your roster at this given moment? He absolutely is. So that's the direction I'd love to see the Eagles go if they decide to stay in the first round, which they might if these guys are still on the board.
So let me ask you the question. If you get to 30 or you move, do you take Smith or do you take Branch?
I would take Branch, but I don't think Smith's going to be on the board by that point. But if they are, I think Branch is going to be the guy that the Eagles take.
All right, so here's what's in front of them. The Vikings.
The 13th overall player, you
30th?
take 13th. Well,
you're talking about overall ranking.
Oh, you're talking overall ranking.
So Nolan Smith is 13, Branch is 15.
I think it's a bigger fit for the Eagles.
Okay.
I think it checks 2 boxes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening there, with them. So you have the Vikings, the Jags, the Giants, the Cowboys, the Bills, the Bengals, and the Saints. That's who's, and again, this is tougher to read the tea leaves now than it was maybe as we were working down to get to Jalen Carter. Anything could happen. It's a lot of value now, whoever the best player they view on the board. I agree with you. I think this is where the danger of Nolan Smith being ranked so high comes into play with some of these teams.
Similar to what we were talking about earlier with Christian Gonzalez.
Right.
Like what has happened where you're not looking at Nolan Smith in that same high regard that he was looked at before the draft.
Don't forget Miles Murphy is still on the board.
Miles Murphy is still on the board.
He's still on the board.
That's right.
That's true.
And he was projected to go higher than where he is right now.
Well, there's still a lot of value. I mean,
No
they're
question.
sitting at 23. They're literally 6 picks away.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of value left on the board.
Still plenty of picks to unload from next year's draft.
Well, and
so
you
could be moving up here again.
I'm not necessarily saying this for the Eagles, but the other guy, the kid, is Brian Breesby. He's a defensive tackle
from Clemson.
Yeah, I'm saying somebody else might grab him up, which could maybe have one of these guys fall. There's still a lot of good players left. There's going to be some guys in the second round who were, by a lot of folks, projected to be first rounders. That's for sure.
My question right now, and I think the answer is an emphatic no, is Howie Roseman, as surprised as we might be that some of these guys are still available.
That's a great point, Mark, because I think he may have viewed it like, hey, by the time we get to 30, we're going to make a move down. Whoa, wait a minute. So-and-so still there? I'll tell you, how is Dalton Kincaid still there? There's some great tight end prospects still there.
Well, but that's what I'm saying.
Michael Mayer?
I think this is the reason why you don't see Howie pulling the trigger. Because of the way that the board is falling.
Right.
There's so much value left at the tail end of the round. I mean, listen, is it outside of the possibility that you can have both Dalton Kincaid and Mayer left on the board? And could the Eagles use a true,
Oh my God.
a true another tight end in their 12 personnel package.
Can you imagine?
Good night.
You throw one of those guys in with Dallas Goedert? Bye-bye, Jack Stoll. It's nice knowing you, pal.
I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches already. I know it would have been nice to see another maybe running back thrown into the mix, and I'm ecstatic about Jalen Carter. I wouldn't make any other pick in that regard. But this Eagles offense, when you do think about it, I think this is a complete product. I mean, there's question marks. Certainly, we talked about Rashad Penny, whether or not you can trust him to be a healthy running back, and he's never been one in his NFL career. What you're going to be getting from Kenny Gainwell as he's taking most likely the majority of the carries. You're probably going to draft a running back later in this draft. But when it comes to what this defense has done, there are still some holes to plug, whether that's at the safety position, certainly the linebacker position. But when it comes to this defensive line, with Hassan Reddick, you just look at the starters across the board and assuming right out of the gate Jalen Carter is one of those guys, this defense is pretty much set with the exception of maybe 2 spots.
Do we potentially see a linebacker? I mean, is that a possibility
in the first
at this
round?
point?
What month is it?
Still April.
Okay, I know it's outside the box.
Is there snow out there?
I know.
Is it snowing on the boardwalk?
I thought I had to throw it out there. Okay, I had to take a shot. We got the Vikings on the clock right now, and Roger Goodell's at the podium right now. Jordan Addison, the receiver out of USC.
Ooh, they loading up.
Is their selection?
Well, they lost Adam Thielen, right?
They did. They lost Thielen. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And they just picked up the 5th-year option, obviously, on Justin Jefferson. So they were in need a little bit there. But that's a nice pick.
That's 4 consecutive wide receivers. Off the board.
You're right
The
there.
run has begun.
Yeah, and
Bucks are deep in the run.
Johnson, Flowers, and Addison. Yeah, 4 in a row. 4 in a row with the Jags on the clock now. They're the next one. This was the only.
What is he wearing? Look at this.
It looks like he has 3D glasses on.
Man, that's something straight out of Seth the Disco era.
Now, who's wearing that? Derek, Gunner, or D Gun?
D Gun.
None of the above would touch that.
That's West Coast right there.
None of the above would wear. D Gun's personalities would wear those.
The only knock on this kid is he's a little bit undersized, 5'11", 173. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he can play. He was great at Pitt, and then he transferred to USC. He's a player, man. Kenny Pickett and he were a nice connection in college.
Look, you know what? The NFL has shown in recent years, don't judge a player by his size. You know, you look at a Tyreek Hill, you look at some of the smaller running backs in the game today. Don't judge them by the size. It's about productivity, man. And all this kid did was produce in college.
Well, you know what? The league has changed so much from the perspective of if you get a big hit on a guy now, you're going to get the flag.
Yeah.
True.
Even if it's clean,
Yeah.
you're going to get the flag.
Yep.
Because the offensive players know that if they get blown up, they're just going to lay on the ground and they're going to writhe in pain, act like they're hurt, and then they're going to get the 15-yarder.
Yep.
Okay? So the game has changed so much that these smaller guys, these slighter-sized guys, they know they're not going to get blown up.
Yeah.
That's why you see them run across the field, looking back at the quarterback. Man, back in my day, you would never run across the field looking back at the quarterback.
Right.
You got your eyes on the defense, and you're going back and forth. These guys have no regard anymore because they know that you can't blow them up anymore.
Right.
Look at it. Smaller edge rushers, smaller linebackers, smaller running backs, smaller wide receivers. You're right. The game has changed significantly.
It's speed more than it is.
Absolutely. Every type of body build we thought was situated with certain positions doesn't exist anymore in today's game.
Yeah. No, look, there's a lot of ways you can go with this, Mark, because we're getting close.
We're getting very close. But here's what's really relevant now to the Eagles. I mean, obviously the 30th pick. But now you have picks. You have 3 consecutive picks within your division. The Giants are going to have 2 picks back-to-back.
Correct.
Then you have the Cowboys on the clock right after that.
Yeah.
So this is going to be pivotal, not just to see who could be helping the Eagles win, but also who could be hurting the Eagles as their careers go on.
Yeah,
so even more so than in the first round, or excuse me, in the top 10 we were looking at earlier, when we're looking at what these guys could be doing, what Howie Roseman and the Eagles front office could be doing to help themselves. Now we're hoping that the New York Giants aren't going to be making any splash picks in this regard, especially with who we already pointed out is still on the board.
Well,
I think the Giants go wide receiver.
They need offense.
I think they need a speed wide receiver.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked to see them go with Jalen Hyatt here.
That'd be a good pick.
And then follow it up, with maybe an offensive line, an interior offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
Smith is still on the board. Torrance is still on the board.
Maybe one of the tight ends.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, Dallas has got to be looking at chops.
Oh, Dallas is drooling at the mouth. They're going to get Kincaid or Mayer.
They're going to get one of them.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, I think this we could get a little run here on tight ends potentially.
This is going to be interesting when you see how the Eagles will defend against this, and then also depending on who they take, if it is a guy like Nolan Smith, if it is Brian Branch, maybe that's where you start seeing the Eagles actually trade out of that first round like we thought they would going into it.
If those guys go.
If those guys go, and I think those are the guys right now that Howie Roseman is still eyeing. Look, if you still have a pick in the first round, you're going to be eyeing those guys.
I mean, just to circle back to this, the fact that they were 3 points away from winning a Super Bowl and they had the number 10 pick, and they got a guy who, in a lot of people's estimation, was the best player on the board, bar none. I'm talking about quarterbacks, everybody else. Is a great position to be in, man. I mean, it's a remarkable, unlikely position to be in that they're in right now.
Well, but you still want the value. You know, you got what you needed at 10, but don't stop there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I wouldn't trade out of the 30 spot because it's not going to cost you a whole bunch. It's not going to cost you a whole bunch in salary cap numbers either.
Right.
You know, I'd go because there's so much value that's left on the board. I'd go for another difference maker because they're going to be there. Whether you're talking about a tight end, whether you're talking about, you know, a wide receiver to push Quez Watkins.
Yeah.
Whether you're talking about that safety, you got 2 or 3 safeties that are there that are viable guys that rank pretty well. I'd push the envelope, man. I would definitely continue to push it.
Maybe they move up again.
It's certainly possible. Again, alluding to all the picks that they have in next year's draft.
Yeah.
But I mean, Seth, those are great points. The thing that makes me still consider that the Eagles very much, depending on who's available, they pick a 30 or so, whatever it might be. The thing that still haunts me is the idea that I don't see Howie Roseman going 130 picks without making a pick.
Oh, there is no question, Mark, that there will be some holes filled in 4, 5, and 6th round. No question.
Oh, regardless of 30th, but what's the easiest way to do that this year?
Yeah,
it's to move back with the 30th pick.
It is. You're right.
Again, we could see who comes off the board here. The Giants
pick is in.
Giants pick is in. Okay.
It's going to be Giants, Jags.
That's they're not moving. They're not moving off the boards with Deonte Banks and Joey Porter Jr. still on the board.
Nope.
Yep. Well, I mean, you got 2 30-year-old corners.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so corner
and
is,
you can
is
get them, and you can
definitely
get them
in play.
and you can get them at the back end of the draft.
One's 32.
Yeah, exactly. It's got that feel where you gotta replenish that eventually, and we know how this at those positions, and we've seen it before. They've had a lot of success doing that kind of thing, where a guy maybe doesn't necessarily get on the field right away, but you know, in hindsight, you look back and you say, "Wow, great pick," knowing that it was coming down the line. That's the other thing is we're assuming these guys all stay healthy, like they did last year.
Right.
What are the odds of that happening?
No question. I mean, you don't have 22 starters available for a Super Bowl. That's just not heard of.
Right.
And even though they had players nicked up, the quarterback was out a couple of games. The left tackle was out a couple of games. Your corner, your safety was out, was a couple of games. They were all back for that Super Bowl. That's unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
But Rob is right. That's an exception to the rule. When you look at a team just a few years ago, a team like Jacksonville had to go through 90-something players to get through a season. Knock on wood.
We're knocking on wood. We're knocking on wood right now. The Giants pick is in.
Hey, listen, they had their run of decimation.
18 and 19.
Of course.
Wow,
Yeah.
that
So they were due for a year like that.
You're right.
We due for one more.
Yeah.
That's when you talk about 2017 and 2018 winning the Super Bowl, how deep that team was.
Yeah.
It's amazing. There was 2 totally different teams, especially just roster-wise. Just talking about a depth chart.
It shows you how quickly the league turns things over. Man.
Right.
5 years later, and there's a handful of guys left.
17, 18, and 19.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like a mass unit.
It
man.
really is amazing. Roger Goodell's at the podium right now, and the Giants are on the clock.
Ooh.
And the Giants have taken Deonte Banks, who is a corner out of Maryland. So they take a defensive back out of Maryland, Deonte
I'm
Banks.
really surprised they didn't go get a wide receiver.
I am
Daniel
too.
Jones.
Wow, that is surprising.
He is pretty highly ranked though. He's 3rd ranked, defensive back.
Yeah.
Joey Porter's got to be pulling his braids out right about now, man.
And I'm also surprised that the Giants gave up 2 additional picks just to move up one spot, considering they need a lot of youth on their defense.
Yeah.
They gave up picks 160 and 240.
Damn.
Picks 160 is still a good pick.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they gave that much up just to move up to one spot.
And this is very, very active because it looks like Jacksonville might be trading that spot now with the Buffalo Bills.
Oh,
Okay.
my goodness.
So it just keeps on moving.
It is.
It just keeps on moving.
Yeah, now it's Buffalo, Dallas, and I guess that'll be the Jags at 28.
I would
and then
assume
the Bengals, Saints, and then the Eagles. So that's kind of where we're at.
You might see a run of moves here just because there's so much value
I know
left at the back end that these teams are going to be like, well, how do I get back at the back end, to get some of these, A players?
Yeah.
I mean, you take a guy like Joey Porter Jr. Joey Porter Jr. is the 21st overall ranked player.
Yeah, and we're already at 26 in the draft. And look, I hate this. Dallas has got to be thrilled. They're getting one of those two stud tight ends.
So
okay.
Buffalo
They'll
did
still find a
trade.
way.
Buffalo did trade with Jacksonville.
Yeah,
Buffalo's
New
on the
York-
clock
Buffalo's
now.
on the clock.
Buffalo's on the clock now. So New York traded with Jacksonville, who then Jacksonville traded with Buffalo.
Yeah.
So that 25th overall pick, more or less,
Yeah.
just got traded twice in about 5 minutes.
See,
Buffalo, Dallas, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, New Orleans, Eagles.
You know what? That means that this pick is going to get traded a third
No
time
doubt.
as Howie Roseman moves up to the Bills to
Yeah.
pick in front of Dallas.
See, this move by Jacksonville is a typical Howie Roseman move. Keep sliding down and get more picks in those middle to later rounds, and that's Doug Peterson learned his lesson well in that regard. In terms of, hey, let's get more value. We've got a pretty good young team right now. We just need to get a little depth here and there. We can find a lot of depth in those middle rounds.
Buffalo might be positioning themselves for Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
Because they
Yes.
need an edge rusher. When Von Miller went down
He's not
last
going
year,
to start the year. Maybe.
their entire defense, went to hell in a handbasket.
I think
pretty
you're right,
quick.
Seth.
And who's their head coach?
Sean
McDermott.
Yep. That
There
makes
you go.
sense. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. We'll come back, and we're getting close here, guys. We're at 26. The Eagles sit here at 30. So that's how close we are to the Eagles. If they do make that second selection in that spot, they may move up, they may move back. But there's a lot of intrigue here on how this is going to play out for the Eagles. Still some really good players left on the board. That is for sure. We'll dive into all of that when we return. Seth Joyner, Marc Farzetta, I'm Rob Ellis. This is the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98, and we are coming to you live from Ocean Casino Resort Top Golf. Right back.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com.
Hi everybody, my name's Jason Lombardi. I'm an inspector at DryTech. At DryTech we offer 3 major services, the first one being basement waterproofing. The second service we offer is foundation and structural repairs. And then the third service that we offer is mold remediation. If you feel you are having a waterproofing issue, give DryTech a call or check us out online.
Welcome back, everybody. We are hanging out here at Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf, and we are the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98. Let me let the folks know what's going on here at Ocean. Of course, the gallery, as we were talking about a little bit earlier, the sports book and games. Get in on the action at the Gallery Bar Book and Games in Ocean Casino Resort. Experience every moment with a panoramic view of all the games, a beverage in your hand, a bet placed on your favorite team, in an atmosphere like no other. Watch, bet, eat, and drink all season long at Gallery Bar Book and Games in Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back, everybody. That's Seth Joyner. That is Marc Farzetta. That is Derek Gunn. I am Rob Ellis. We're hanging out with you, and we have another selection that's about to be made, guys, and we are sitting here at number 26 with the Buffalo Bills on the clock, and they have selected Dalton Kincaid.
Wow.
Yes, Dalton Kincaid, the tight end out of Utah, who was projected. It kind of depended where you were looking. Some folks had him number one. Some had Michael Mayer from Notre Dame number one. But nonetheless, this is a big-time value pick for Buffalo. You add him with Dawson Knox, that is a killer one to a tight end.
That's a lot of weapons.
Yeah.
That's two great weapons to rely on.
And don't forget about Stephon Diggs.
And Stephon
Josh
Diggs as
Allen's
well.
a happy man right now.
Not only does he have two guys that can obviously catch passes, but these guys both can actually block for him a little bit too in those scenarios. I'm very much surprised that Sean McDermott decided not to go with a defensive player here, especially someone like Nolan Smith. Now I'm just asking all the questions in the world when it comes to Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith's feeling like the Jalen Carter thing now,
This is
Marc.
insane right now.
Yes.
I can't believe it, but I think this is a great pick for Buffalo either way. I'm also happy that he didn't go to Dallas in this same deal here.
Yeah.
So that's a great weapon for Josh Allen, another weapon for him as well.
Seth, I'm going to lock it in. Michael Mayer's a lock for the Cowboys.
Got to be.
I mean, a lock.
Got to be, because I guarantee you, as good as Michael Mayer is, this kid right here, he's special.
Yeah, he's nasty.
Because, not only will he block, but he's got speed. That, he kind of reminds me of Travis Kelce, the way you can detach him from the formation and move him around and get him out in space. You can create matchup problems with him. And you watched him. There are some guys that are just, flat out, defensive backs, cornerbacks, that he's just running away from these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I guarantee you that's the guy that Dallas really wanted.
Right.
But, now they're in a position where they're going to have to take Mayer coming up. And then next year, the kid out of Georgia. I love.
He's the best tight end.
I like him.
Bowers.
Bowers. I like him even better than these two.
I agree.
These two that we're just talking about.
It's amazing how a young man that big can be that limber and still that fast to get that kind of separation.
Yeah.
You
He's
talk
a great
about
traffic
you talk
catcher,
about a
Derek,
freak of nature.
Yeah.
He could be a tight end, can go in the first 5 picks next year.
Yep.
I remember watching him. I want to say his freshman or sophomore year, and I'm like, this dude can be the number one tight end coming out right now. So I had to go online and look it up and see, what year he was in. I'm like, he's that young.
Yeah, he just finished his true sophomore year. That's it. That's why he wasn't eligible
his
for the
freshman
draft.
year. I mean, last year, his freshman year, he was just a beast. Man.
He was. Yeah. So we have Dallas on the
Dallas.
board.
No, Dallas just picked as you expected.
When Michael Mayer?
Yep,
He's already up.
They took Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
Or is he? I believe that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, it looks like that's what ESPN is reporting. But yeah, he's out of Notre Dame. Really, really good. I mean, look, this is not a consolation prize. He's a really good player too. I'm not saying he's Dalton Kincaid, but he's pretty darn close. He's a good player. So if that in fact is Mayer, guys, we have Jacksonville, Cincinnati, and New Orleans until the Eagles pick. That's there. So there's going to be 3 more teams in front of them, Marc, that you got to get through to get to Nolan Smith and or Brian Branch.
Yeah, if they are, in fact, going Mayer, which we're expecting, I will say this. There was a couple of games last year that I thought you had Dak Prescott click with his tight end and Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, that was a big loss.
It wasn't many, but it was enough to let you know that you might have a similar connection with the tight end. Not that all of a sudden you're going to have a guy like Mayer in the Hall of Fame, like a guy like Jason Witten, but that connection between Jason Witten and Tony Romo is what they dined on for years in Dallas. This is going to be a similar connection if Dak Prescott can get that kind of familiarity with the tight end that can block, that can run, that can always get open for him like that to rely on. If he could figure it out like that as the season went on with a guy like Dalton Schultz, I can't imagine what he's going to be able to do with a guy like Mayer.
Yeah, no question. Yeah,
he is a big tight end, man.
Yeah, he's a large cat.
Big target.
Sure. He's also another guy who's really athletic. He's got.
Look at his catch rate.
He's got phenomenal hands. Yeah, he's got. Look, these are. I'm surprised these guys lasted till the bottom of the first round. That's a big surprise. We had 2 running backs gone in the first 12 picks.
Absolutely.
Like we saw some stuff we don't usually see.
No.
Seth, we got to run on linebackers that we normally don't see. It's been a different kind of first round.
You saw the top cornerback in the draft allegedly drop to the 3rd cornerback taken in the draft.
Exactly.
But that's what we've been saying all week. Once you get past the first 15, 16 picks, everything's off the table. You don't know what to expect. And sure enough, we've had a lot of shock value in this first round this year.
Yeah. So if you missed it, the Eagles end up getting Jalen Carter. If you were at work, you were in a coma. If something happened, the Eagles got Jalen Carter. Actually, at number 9, they moved up a spot just to make sure that they weren't going to lose out on him, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, you don't want to take any chances when he started falling that far. And there were a couple spots, a couple danger zones, if you will. You were thinking about the Raiders. They ended up going with Tyree Wilson, the edge out of Texas Tech. You were thinking about Atlanta a little bit. They went Bijan Robinson. You were thinking about the Seahawks at 5. They went Devin Witherspoon, the corner out of Illinois. So they were really that 5, 6, 7 sort of 8 range is what you were wondering about. Even Detroit at 9, and then they moved up. But early, it was as we expected, a run on the quarterbacks, guys. You had Bryce Young. Then you had C.J. Stroud. Then Houston makes the first sort of splashy move. They make a trade, and they take Will Anderson. So they go 1-2, Stroud, Anderson. And then at 4, and Seth called this one, the Colts take Anthony Richardson, the quarterback out of Florida with Shane Steichen. And you can see some of the molding, some of the similarities that you maybe had with Jalen Hurts with Anthony Richardson. So that kind of stuff really, other than maybe the trade that Houston made, wasn't shocking. As things started to unfold and Carter fell a little bit, that's when it started to get surprising and, so on as time went on in this thing. And as we mentioned, Bijan goes 8 to Atlanta, and then 12, Jahmyr Gibbs goes to the Lions. I actually really like that pick by the Lions.
I do too.
Hey, D-Gun.
Yeah.
Could Dallas take Joey Porter Jr.?
They need another cornerback. It's very likely. We just saw the Dallas Brain Trust behind closed doors clapping and shaking hands. Of course, then again, it's like Simon says, once Jerry starts clapping, everybody claps.
Yeah. Hey,
whether
everybody
they agree
clap.
with him or not. Yeah.
Jarrah's clapping, everybody clap.
Yeah. The camera's on us. Everybody look happy.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we're all miserable because this guy's dictating everything we do, even though we were out scouting these guys for the whole year. Yeah. But that's who knows. I mean, well, that's the thing.
Dallas, what are you paying us for?
Dallas is a wild card. It's the obvious pick isn't always the pick that you get with Dallas sometimes. Right. So they've been able to. I would say this: they've been able to reel him in a little bit more. It feels like in recent years than before.
Reel who in?
Well, I mean,
reel who in?
Everything's relative.
I was going to say
somewhat.
Are we talking about the same Dallas organization?
Hey, look, it's. I love it. The more dysfunction, the better. With
there
the
you go.
So,
I agree.
Anything bad that can happen to them is good. All right.
They're like Slap Rock. Anything bad that can happen will happen. It's just a matter of time. Just wait.
They are Murphy's Law, right? They are Murphy's Law. So Roger Goodell is taken to the podium. We'll see if, in fact, it ends up being Michael Mayer like we were talking about, or they give you a little bit of surprise. You got some Cowboys fans there in Kansas City that are raring and ready for the pick. And, again, after the Cowboys, it'll be the Jaguars, the Bengals, the Saints. Then it's the Eagles, and Kansas City Chiefs. So that's the order through the tail end of this first round of the NFL Draft 2023 that, like we said earlier, has been filled with a lot of surprises so far. And Roger Goodell's at the podium. The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys.
They go D-line.
Mazzie Smith, defensive tackle out of Michigan. No Michael Mayer. Wow. That is Cowboys-esque right
I'm
there.
so grateful to Jerry Jones.
Thank you,
He's
Jerry.
still running things down there in Dallas.
He's the 36th overall ranked deep.
A lot of people had a second round grade on him
out of Michigan.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
There's still an unbelievable amount of talent left on this.
Jerry.
Okay, I'm going to go and say it here. I regret everything I ever said about the Eagles trading out of the 30th pick. They're going to pick at 30. They're going to make a selection. Anywhere. They're not moving anywhere. There is way too much talent on the board.
You only got to get through 3 more teams for either Brian Branch or Nolan Smith potentially.
Yeah, Miles Murphy's still on the board.
Miles Murphy's
still. Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board.
Yeah. there's a lot of quality still. They're not trading back.
No,
guys.
they're not trading back. There's no way.
Howie thought probably he'd be trading back at this point, but he ain't trading back.
If Howie was holding a press conference, he just cut off the press conference and he ran back to the draft
Gunner,
room.
you getting any sense of anything?
Not yet. It's
Your birdies-
still
your
pretty
birdies
quiet
chirping in
behind
your ear?
closed doors.
Okay.
I mean, really, I think, Seth, it was you who made the point. When you saw the amount of teams that were trying to trade back up into the early 20s here, you kind of got a sense that everyone was a little shocked that this wasn't us reading the room. This wasn't GMs reading the room, everything falling into place the way they expected it. This was, oh, my God, these guys are still available. Let me go up and get them.
It wouldn't shock me one iota if you don't start seeing some movement with these last 5 or 6 picks because there's just so much value left at the tail end of this first round. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable.
I mean, Dougie P could get Mayer, right? I'm just thinking of their tight end situation, right? That would make some sense for them, maybe potentially.
Absolutely.
Cincinnati, you got New Orleans sitting there as well, and then it's the Eagles. Look, great. Grab up the tight ends. Good. You know, let the defenders fall to the Eagles. That would make some sense.
Hey, listen, I wouldn't mind if the Eagles went and got Mayer themselves.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that 12 personnel?
Yeah.
Now, do we get 2 splash picks? Do we get 2 sexy picks in the first round?
I think we're in
Why
for a
not get
sexy
greedy?
pick. Let's go. Yeah.
Because there's a guard still on the board, Avila, I believe it is, that the Eagles could be interested in. I know a lot of people looked at him as a second-round grade, but we're also looking at a 30th overall pick here. So if they're looking to replace somebody like, say, Amalo, they're not trusting a guy like Cam Jurgens. I could see the less sexy non-splash pick like that.
Yes.
But don't get me wrong, I'm still thinking defense because the best guys I think are still available are defensive players.
I mean, I'm just trying to look. We'll see what happens, but can you imagine a first-round haul of Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith?
Who did Nolan Smith? Who did he piss off?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think you should be afraid of the size thing because you just saw what Hassan Reddick did. I mean, I don't like if that's the case. If that's what's happening, I don't understand it.
No, the size thing, and then you look at the kid out of Pittsburgh, also undersized. He went early, Cansey.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it is with Nolan Smith. I don't know what it is with Joey Porter Jr. I don't know what's with a lot of these guys, but these guys know something that make them think that they're not touchable right now. But maybe at 30 they're touchable. But seeing these guys slip as far as they have in the first round is incredible.
See, but I don't think it's a conscious thing, man. When you look at teams, you know, they've identified what their needs are.
It's a timing thing?
No, I just think that, listen, when you got 3 quarterbacks to go in the first 5 picks, you got 2 linebackers to go in the first round, and 2 running backs to go in the first round. Those are 4 unconventional picks that you don't normally see.
Right.
You know, so that kind of upsets the apple cart. So teams have prepared their draft boards according to, you know, best player, but not only best player, but what they need.
Yeah.
Because if they feel like they're right there and it comes down to need, then you draft for need. If you're rebuilding, then you take the best available.
This is where I'd love to be a fly on the wall, you know, any war room. But let's take the Eagles.
Sure.
Like you can imagine they're saying to themselves, "Damn, that guy's still there, really?"
Yeah.
You know, and then you have to make a decision, right? And I think where maybe your best laid plans and originally were to get out of that first round. I don't think there's any way now with some of this value that's still sitting there they can do that.
I just hope the 3 names we've been consistently talking about still on the board don't go 27, 28, 29.
Right.
That's all I'm hoping.
That would be a bummer.
Are you including Mayer in that?
Yeah. No, we were talking about Nolan Smith,
but Mayer's
Joey
been
Porter,
mentioned.
and Branch.
I'm happy with all 4
It
names.
feels like one of those 3 are going to be there.
Yeah.
You would have a choice of one of those 3, which would be pretty interesting.
Unless Howie trades out.
Well, you're also, I'll tell you what else you're going to have, 3 pissed off dudes, which is good. Little chip on their shoulder.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
You know?
I
Any of
don't
those
think
guys.
there's anybody more ticked off right now than Will Levis. Can you imagine him?
Cutaways.
With the rotten bananas and the mayo and the coffee.
He looks like he's doing all right.
Well,
you know, both he and Joey Porter Jr. are in the green room. They're there.
Oh.
Yeah, they were
that's
one
right.
of 17 chosen to be there.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah. So there's 2 things going on with the cutaways of Levis. He does look a little pained, but he has a lot of help around him.
He's got a good support group.
Yeah.
And that's important for these guys.
And a bunch of bananas with peels on it.
And coffee with mayo.
Yeah, coffee with mayo.
Yeah. But yeah, he may. I'm just trying to think of if you're New Orleans. He just signed Carr. He probably goes to the second round. Levis.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
At this point,
yeah.
Which
like that.
which didn't help the NFL for what they wanted to avoid. Having a young man sit there the entire first round and going through the embarrassment of not being picked.
Mel Kiper had him as his number 2 quarterback.
Well, we talked about the odds all week. He went from 401 to 4 to 1.
Yeah, how bogus was that?
In terms of being drafted in the top 2 or 3 in the draft.
Let me ask you a question, man. Bill Tobin asked this question years ago. You saw the clip?
1994. I watched it on it. It was great. They did a whole special on the 94 draft.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Yeah. Every year people ask the same question.
He was so angry. Not only did he do it in that interview, when he went to the podium to talk about who they selected later, he brought up Kiper again. Like, he was obsessed with Kiper. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. So we have now the Jags are on the clock as we speak right now. So we'll I said Jacksonville might go mayor, but we'll see what ends up happening.
Wait a minute. They took an offensive lineman.
Anton Harrison, offensive lineman.
Wow. Here we go.
This is crazy. The Eagles are not going to make a move now, guys. They're not. They're gonna. So you're 2 picks away. You got to get through Cincinnati and New Orleans. One of them are going to be there.
Miles Murphy, Brian Branch, and Nolan Smith.
Yes, one of those 3 will be available.
Don't remember the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes.
At 30.
No, that's too generic. Pick one.
No, but I'm just saying.
Pick one. No, you're right. You're right.
At
you're
30,
right.
Gunner.
No, you're right.
If we would have started in our opening segment, if we would have talked about it, but by the way, at 30, what are they doing? Most of us would probably trade out. But with these guys still on the board, this is insane.
Again, if your takeaway is Jalen Carter and any of those 3, I mean, seriously, it's
with Fletcher Cox still here, with Brandon Graham still here, unbelievable,
and with this offense,
and
this is
nuts.
So here's the latest. I just got to say, what are you doing at 30? The response I got: still figuring it out.
Okay, which makes sense.
So that means to me, there's people on the board they never thought would be there.
That's exactly right.
So they have to decide.
Because everything we've been talking about, likely we're going to move out of it. Now there's too much talent there to move out of it.
When you look at the Texans, as you mentioned a second ago, making that trade to get back-to-back, back-to-back picks?
It was back-to-back, yeah.
Back-to-back.
Stroud, Anderson.
Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. And then you look at the idea that you have running backs, 2 running backs off the board,
right,
before a wide receiver,
top 12,
top 12. Then linebackers off the board. I think you had 1 linebacker off the board before a wide receiver was taken.
You did.
And then one wide receiver, 2. Then this has been the most unpredictable draft, and the talent that's still available here. This is the most unpredictable draft I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see that we're busting through some of the stuff with the running backs.
Hey, the Bengals might take.
Well,
you're right.
They really should.
Yeah.
Because,
take a punter.
Nolan Smith, I don't know if you know about it, Clubhouse Poison, apparently. Miles Murphy, who likes guys that have the same consonant as their first and last name? All this stuff right here. And when you look at a guy like Brian Branch, I mean, it's another one. It's more poison, poison. I can't believe the way this is shaking out. I am in absolute shock.
Yeah, Big Red sitting there licking his chops too at 31. Yeah, he's going to get himself a really good football player.
All right, Gunn, let's answer your question.
Yep.
Who do you want?
Who do I want?
Who do you want? Who's tops on your wish list of the big 3?
Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy,
Brian Branch.
You can't have enough defense. I want Nolan Smith. Give me Nolan.
You're going Nolan Smith.
Give me Nolan.
Rob, who do you like?
I want Nolan Smith. I think it's going to be Miles Murphy.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going Miles Murphy. I'm going Clemson.
Man, let me tell you something.
Seth?
If Mayer is there at 30, I'm taking.
Oh,
you're going tight end.
Seth is going all in
him,
offense. If that's the case,
I'm taking him.
Yeah, you
still have Joey Porter Jr. too. They need another corner.
Run
you
the ball.
want Goddard and Mayer out there?
You can run the ball if you want to. Okay, the natural succession. When Zach Ertz was in the year 7, 6, 7, they went and they got Dallas Goddard.
They did.
Okay, how many years has Goddard been playing?
Yeah,
about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
At the end of and it gives you that flexibility with your 12 personnel.
Mm-hmm.
You can run the ball, you can throw the ball, and you're grooming the next guy.
Oh, there you go.
Miles Murphy's off the board. He goes to Cincinnati. Okay, that much we know. So there's There's a shoe to drop right there. So that's another quality player. That's a good pick.
I like Miles Murphy out of
Yeah.
Clemson. I like especially his versatility. I like that he was ready for a lot early on in his career.
Yeah.
He's got a great head on his shoulders. I mean, everything you see and read about this guy is he's ready to be a pro. But the Nolan Smith, him going before Nolan Smith has so many huge red flags and question marks surrounding Nolan Smith.
Well, how do you explain Gonzalez dropping to the third cornerback?
Yeah, that's a hard one to explain too.
That's the hardest one for me to explain. When everybody across the board had him as the consensus number one.
But because you know why? You got to consider the prognosticators are the one that place these guys where they're placed.
Sure.
These are the guys that go to, that go to the combine, that put together the list, that create the mock drafts.
Yep.
You're not talking to organizations as far as where these guys fall. So each team, each scouting department, each GM has got players specifically that they like, guys that they're targeting. And it might not be the guys that the prognosticators and the gurus, the so-called gurus, like Mel Kiper and Todd McShay, they might not necessarily be the guys that they think are the guys that fit in those slots.
Yeah.
So
you're right.
We just, we're talking about it based upon the numbers that we see. Like I got the top 4 guys at every position, some positions 5 right here. And I'm saying, oh my goodness, these are the top 5 players at every position. You got 5 on offense and 5 positions on defense. And guess what? These are guys that I think fit the bill. But a GM and a scouting department, their mentality is completely different. They may look at a guy like Hyatt.
Yeah.
As much as we love Hyatt,
right?
Why is he still on the board?
There's something.
Because something about him that other organizations watch and they look at in the film or in the interview process or whatever it was that rubbed them the wrong way.
That's a good point.
Let me ask you this. Will the Eagles dare take an offensive lineman with this pick?
Yes, they would.
Look,
absolutely.
Look at your faces.
Yeah.
Seth went like this.
It wouldn't shock me.
You never put an offensive lineman past the Eagles.
No.
A trenches guy on either side of the ball, you don't put it past them.
So the top 2, offensive linemen that are left is the kid from Florida, Osiris Torrance.
Yep.
And then John Michael Schmidt. And he plays center out of Minnesota.
Yeah.
They're ranked 30th and 35th overall, and then you jump into the 40s with the next 2 guys. The Avila guys ranked 42. Do they shore up or get an insurance policy for the interior line?
This will tell us how much belief they have in Juergens. Likely, not to say they can't do it in the second round.
Right.
They could grab an offensive lineman there too, but that could be a tell.
I don't know where they got Landon Dickerson. It's where they got Juergens in the second round.
Right. And I think both guys are going to work out well. We'll see. But the only team standing in front of the Eagles right now is New Orleans. So we got 3 teams left altogether. It's New Orleans, it's the Eagles, it's the Chiefs. That's where we are right now in the 2023 draft.
I'm trying to figure out D Gunn's guy talking about we trying to figure it out. You ain't trying to figure nothing out. All that value, you ain't moving off of that 30 spot.
Who are you bothering? Let them make calls, man. Let them figure out what's going on.
Did I not tell you ahead of time who they were taking in the first?
That's the insider, man.
Did I not tell you last week? Seth, did I not tell you last year ahead of time they were taking Jordan Davis?
I trust everything Gunner says implicitly. When it comes to this, I'm in.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah. You don't need to convince me. I believe you.
I might do a cartwheel thing at Brian Branch.
Really?
I would do.
So you're going with Branch? Okay.
I'm going with Branch. Right. I think he's the closest to the best available, and also fills a big need.
The closer
he's a very versatile safety as well.
The closer we get to the end, it seems like the longer the clock takes to get down to 0. It looks like the Saints have been on 3+ minutes for the last half hour. I'm still. Would you get the pick already?
Maybe there's a trade. Who knows? You never know. There could be. There could be.
You know what the problem is? They're in uncharted territory because they never thought they never thought that they get to 28.
You're right.
And
exactly.
There'd be so much value left on the board.
You're exactly right.
Yeah, I agree, Seth. I think this has surprised them. They'll never say that publicly. I mean, Howie might be honest and say, "Look, there were some guys who fell that we didn't quite expect to be falling," but I don't think they thought this kind of value would still be sitting there right now, this late in this thing. So. That's kind of where we are, and it's been a pretty wild ride. We thought this was going to be an unpredictable year. Because you went in, right? I mean, you went into this thing
There's no
saying
question.
there was going to be a lot of weird stuff. And you know what? There's been a lot of weird stuff, and that's good.
Off the top of your heads,
Yeah.
can you remember a more crazy draft than this one?
No.
No, collectively, no.
So if I'm sitting in front of Howie Roseman tonight and they're holding a press conference, I'm going to say, was it as crazy for you as it was for us?
Right.
Because the way we were following this whole thing and the way Seth was talking about it earlier with all these other rankings and where, the prognosticators are ranking people. I remember, I think it was one wide receiver in particular, Michael Crabtree, many years ago, whose agent brought different mock drafts in to the negotiating and said, look, no, this guy was much better than, 15th overall pick or whatever he was. So they brought that in, and goes to show it didn't really do much for him.
What are we hearing?
What do you got? What do you got?
Saints just took Brian Brees.
Oh, that's the defensive tackle out of Clemson. So you're going to have your choice here.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll tell you what, this kid is very good. He went through a lot in college. His little sister passed away. He had a lot of injuries. This dude could be a beast for the Saints. Believe me, it wasn't a pick the Eagles needed to make. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But, that's a good pick. So if this is Brian Breesy, as Gunnar just said, that means, Nolan Smith, Branch, if they want to go that route, or the offensive lineman out of Florida that Seth mentioned, any of those guys are there if they want to take them. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Roger Goodell headed to the podium with New Orleans pick, but Gunnar got a little tip there that it's Brian Breesy.
Wow.
So that's the D tackle out of Clemson, out of the DMV area. But he's making it official now. Is Roger Goodell, and we're on the clock for the Birds, fellas, for the number 2 pick
Nolan
in the first
Smith,
round.
Brian Branch, Joey Porter. Who do you take? Seth?
I'm already in on Branch.
Who do you take, Seth? I said Nolan
listen,
Smith.
We talked about it earlier, man.
You didn't even mention the name yet.
I did say Nolan Smith.
No.
Oh, he didn't.
No, I said it a long time ago that they needed a safety.
Yeah.
And Branch was the guy, either Branch or Bowder, both of them from Alabama.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I thought you were going to say Mayer.
Well, hey, listen, if I was making the pick.
If you're making the pick.
If I'm making the pick, I'm taking Mayer.
Okay.
Dude, I'm taking him, man.
Look at you.
Because you talk about some blocking.
Uh-huh.
You got 2 tight ends that's willing to block.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that would be the ultimate zigzag move. If they took the tight end.
So let's put it like this. I expect them to take a defensive player.
I do too.
After that, I would expect them to go offensive line.
Yes.
But if they went tight end, mind blown.
Yes.
I wouldn't even be able to do a cartwheel because my mind would be blown.
This would be Howie, just like I'm Howie.
Why would your mind be blown? I'm giving you insight.
I'm trying to warn you to lessen the how hard.
Soak up the wisdom that's on that end of the desk,
I'm
Mark.
trying to.
Come on, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Trying to help.
I'm trying to tell you.
That's all we're
you
trying to
give
do.
another weapon to Jalen Hurts.
Think about their 12 personnel last year and how effective they tried to make it.
Yeah.
And they just couldn't get there with the 2 with Calcaterra and Stull.
Sure.
This guy checks that off.
Oh yeah.
If you keep him healthy, you can run the ball out of 12 personnel.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw the ball out of 12 personnel, and you got 2 tight ends that give defenses hell to pay.
I'll tell you what. If you don't take him, Andy might, and team him up with Kelsey.
Oh God.
Okay. It's possible. I'm just saying.
Gunnar, can you text Andy real quick and just see what he's up to?
The thing about Andy is, he picked low in the draft and he took Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah.
And before he got hurt, he was a great addition to that offense. It doesn't make a difference when Andy Reid picks. They're going to get somebody that's going to have an impact on this team. Look at how many young players they went with rookies last year. And the rookies went through the growing pains. They still won 17 out of 20 games and hoisted that Lombardi trophy.
Didn't they part ways with Frank Clark?
They just parted ways with Frank Clark.
I mean, Nolan Smith would make a lot of sense if the Eagles don't swallow him up.
I don't know if this is legit or not. I was just told I like Nolan Smith. That's what I was told.
Oh boy, Mark, you're gonna be
I
all
don't
right
know.
if this comes down this way.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
I'm not mad at any of these picks. I just have one that I think is also best available. Is a perfect mix between best available and also fills a big need for the Eagles in this first round.
Yeah, it does make sense. Levis is still there. For those of you who are keeping track of the quarterbacks, there were.
Hey, this is the quarterback factory.
That's right.
Don't put the quarter in that. Don't put the quarter in that machine.
You talk about meltdown, Seth. We would all go in.
Hey,
we would all just we'd all dissolve up here on the set.
We melted down when they did the same thing. They signed Wentz to an extension, and they turned around that same draft.
Yes,
and drafted Hurts.
Yes, they did.
So is it really that far out of the realm of possibility that we might be opening up the factory again?
Can you imagine?
Jeez.
The factory's back open for business.
The only difference is Jalen Hurts is wired differently
Correct.
than Carson.
Yeah,
Wentz.
It
wouldn't affect him one bit.
No.
The kid would come in.
It would be another. It would be more fuel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all it would be. So the Eagles, and this comes down to the Eagles and the Chiefs. Anything more, Gunner? Or are we kind of in the same
That's
spot
it.
here?
Two people say I like Smith.
Okay.
That's all I hear.
All right.
Bring it.
Yeah, but the guy who made the call in to the league got to be unanimous. So two people have said they like Smith. They favor Smith.
Unanimous, 1-0.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
We're getting a lot of
I'm just saying.
dejected Will Levis cutaways.
So you just know that there's so much consternation going on because that clock is just running.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, you got 3 or 4 guys that are just bona fide, and the clock is just ticking away.
Yeah.
You know, if they thought that one of these guys was going to be available, they would already made the pick.
Good point.
There's a lot of conversation going on.
There's some debate happening right now. Yeah.
And they got to get back to Gunner.
That's
There's
true.
a lot on the table right now.
That's the most important thing. So Breeze goes right ahead of the Eagles to the Saints, defensive tackle out of Clemson. Eagles on the clock, and then it'll be the Chiefs after that, and that will close out the first round. of this
everybody's saying the Eagles are taking Nolan Smith.
Okay.
All right. So that's Gunner's hearing.
Boom.
Oh, my God.
Gunner's hearing Nolan Smith, who is the edge rusher out of Georgia, and he's a guy who's, size-wise, there are comps there with Hassan Reddick. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but incredibly productive and measurable in terms of like speed and quickness and all the other stuff is off the charts with this guy. A crazy athlete.
Your NASCAR package is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
BG, Jalen Carter, or Fletch, and Nolan Smith on one side and Hassan Reddick on the other side.
Yeah.
And you got a 14-point lead.
The NFC East just surrendered. Every quarterback just said, we're good on the season.
We're seeing a lot of happiness and clapping in the Eagles' war room. Howie, obviously, up front there. Jeffrey Lurie.
Why is everybody wearing the same color suit?
I don't know. Hey, if it ain't broke, Seth, don't fix it.
This team is becoming Georgia East.
Hey, that's all right. That's okay. So you would potentially have Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and Nolan Smith.
Yep.
From the best defense in the past
2
3
years.
years that we've seen in college football in a long time.
Sean Desai's on the phone with Georgia already. So what is it exactly you guys like to do?
Oh
because we're going to do that up here.
I mean, Kirk Smart should get a little kickback, shouldn't he?
I agree.
Finders fees?
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. So we don't know right now. We know the Eagles took Jalen Carter. If you we're tied up all night or whatever the case may be, they end up taking him at number 9 overall. They traded up one spot with Detroit to take Jalen Carter, who was in a lot of people's estimation in terms of talent. I'm not talking about off the field stuff, but in terms of talent was ranked as the number 1 guy, even ahead of the quarterbacks in a lot of cases. So he was taken at number 9. Nolan Smith was projected in some cases, guys, as what, a top 10, top 12, somewhere in that neighborhood. To still be sitting here at 31 is pretty remarkable. But that's where we are right now. We're a couple minutes away from the Eagles drafting at their spot, unless there's some kind of move made. It didn't look to me, when I see a war room clapping, you're not usually clapping if you traded out of that pick into the second round. That's what I will tell you. There was a war room happiness that was there. Gunner's hearing Nolan Smith, and Gunner is usually right on with these things. I will tell you that much. And then it'll be the Chiefs.
I'm going to buy you a burger tomorrow for that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
But it has to have cheese on it. I can't sit next to anybody who eats a burger with no cheese on it.
I'm not as bad as Will Levis. Will you say that?
I don't know. It might as well be. A burger without cheese is sacrilegious.
I hear you. So it looks like we are. He's taking his good old fashioned. Shouldn't Roger Goodell at this point be jogging to the podium?
Yes.
Like at this point in the
just
draft.
to get this over with. Just stay there and give him an earpiece, just to call it in.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
You know what's weird? We're at this stage of I'm just as intrigued about what Andy Reid's going to do with the last pick in the first draft.
Yeah.
Because of the way they draft in Kansas City, I'm intrigued by this.
Yeah, we have some.
What is he?
Is this Mrs. Kelsey?
Engine?
Oh, is it? Yeah, it might.
Mrs. Kelsey's there.
Does she have 3 other sons that we don't know about?
She gets more notoriety than anybody I know in the last 2 months.
I don't know what. Yeah, there's some folks out there, so we haven't heard about the Eagles selection yet. Yeah, I don't know who anybody is. So it's Donna Kelsey and Dude Perfect.
Who?
What is Dude Perfect?
Dude Perfect's the people that like they throw a football through a basketball hoop from like a mile away.
What?
Yeah, it's one of those guys.
Okay, like what are we doing? At
Okay,
this point?
really?
We
Why
don't
are we
need
prolonging
this right now.
Why are we prolonging this?
I mean,
Do
really,
they have commercial responsibility? Do they have to get to midnight
this is
to fulfill
unbelievable.
commercial obligations?
Yeah,
What are we doing here?
You know, really, you why don't we do Dude Perfect
Hey,
earlier?
look, my knee is throbbing, my butt is numb. I need to stand up for a few minutes.
TMI, Gunner.
Can we go to commercial break and then come back and announce the Eagles
This is
pick?
when you know you're getting to a crazy part of the night when Derek's talking about his butt throbbing. Okay,
Should I say bum as they do in Pittsburgh?
Me bum is throbbing. Yeah.
Covering all the bases.
All right, so
No stone left unturned.
all right,
Derek Gunn.
Roger, make the pick. We know the Eagles are excited about it. We know we are fascinated at who's still sitting there. That's for sure. And the pick is now about to be announced by Roger Goodell.
Yeah,
Again.
Adam Schefter just announced also that it's Nolan Smith.
Okay, so a little bit earlier.
Late to the game, Shefty.
They-
Gunner already told us.
That's right. Yep. You got it. It will be Nolan Smith. Mrs. Kelsey's actually making the announcement. So it will be it is official. It is Nolan Smith. It is a Georgia double dip here, guys.
You'll learn to believe in me, Mark. If you don't already, you'll learn to believe in me.
He's got his green socks on. Nolan Smith does. He's showing everybody off
Having
his
a
green socks.
little champagne right there for himself.
Yes. He's got a white suit with a red tie. He's got Georgia tie colors.
He got green socks on?
Yeah, he had green socks on.
Wow.
He pulled it. He's pulled it. He's got the red sneaks with the green socks. It's in it. Yeah, he does have a little champagne.
Would Andy Reid take Michael Mayer?
Yes.
Yes.
Would he? Can you imagine him and Travis Kelsey together?
Yes.
Yeah.
Super Bowl again.
Greed is good.
Guys, let's revisit this. I mean, you talk about 6'2", 238, edge pass rusher out of Georgia. We're number 4 at Georgia. But you get Nolan Smith, and he's just blowing guys up in the video that we're watching. You got Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter a year after they got Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis.
Yes.
This is crazy,
Yes.
man. I mean, you talk about going to the well. And I'm okay with it. I like that
Hey,
well.
The Georgia connection is obvious and certainly worth noting. But what I just can't get over is the fact that this defense is going to be incredible.
Yeah, and Marc, it's the thing we worried about the most.
It absolutely is. And when you look at what Sean Desai could be bringing to the table here, I mean, similarly, last year, Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles said, hey, Jonathan Gannon, we're going to give you a lot of pieces to the puzzle here. We're going to give you guys that can be aggressive without you having to dial up plays to necessarily be aggressive. You have now got the pieces to the puzzle that will allow you to do the same type of thing. You're telling me you got the guy you wanted, you most coveted in Jalen Carter, and then you got a guy that was still a top 12 ranked prospect coming into this draft, and you got him at 30, and all it really costs you to make sure you got one of those guys is a 4th-round pick in next year's draft. This was not only the most insane Eagles draft I've seen, this is the most unpredictable and unbelievable first round that Howie Roseman has had.
You know what?
What do you make of this? Oh, sorry, Gunner. Go ahead.
If I'm a defensive coordinator, instead of saying on 3 break, I'm saying like on your mark, get set, go. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Every time I'm practicing with these guys, on your mark, get set, go.
I thought you were going to say Bulldogs on 3.
No. My goodness.
Yeah, this
Look at the haul they've had.
I mean,
wow.
Seth, you got to be ecstatic about that.
Hey, listen, man. This is the area that we're most concerned about. We knew that the exodus was going to happen. It had to happen on the defensive side of the ball. But the way that Howie structured the offense is in place. So the offense is going to do what it needed to do. To be able to get Jalen Carter, I couldn't imagine, that would happen, especially at 10. They got him at 9. To have Nolan Smith fall to you at 30,
crazy.
It's just insanity.
Yeah.
So now these are still young guys, young players that have to develop and have to learn how to play at the highest level, but they've played at the highest level collegiately.
Yeah.
Can they make the transition and be, I look for Jalen Carter to be more productive this year than Nolan Smith, because Nolan Smith is going to play in spot duty. You got to compete for playing time. You got Hassan Reddick as one starter. You got Josh West the other. Entrenched at number 3 is Brandon Graham. You got Derek Barnett is coming with an ACL. Just wants to prove that he can still play. So, the way that they platoon guys in and out is going to be an opportunity for him to play. But these guys still have to learn how to play at the highest level. Very rare, very, very rare that you see defensive players come in and just get it right away.
Somebody just said in the chat, the Eagles' new mascot is a bulldog with wings.
A beagle.
A beagle, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's the thing is you got value and need. You got a defensive tackle position of need. You got an edge, which was a position of need. But these weren't reaches. This wasn't just strictly taking, guys that you needed. You also got
Value.
quality players and value.
I mean, the value itself is insane. And I am looking forward to hearing what Howie Roseman has to say, what Nick Sirianni has to say later, or even Sean Desai, or Jeffrey Lurie even later.
Have we heard from Sean Desai?
No, we haven't.
And you
He's
won't
a great
for a
mystery.
while. Yeah. Now,
he hadn't even had a press conference.
No, isn't that strange?
No, usually coordinators don't speak yet. No.
When they get tired, though?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, either way, this is insane. What you have just put on this defense is absolutely
We've had a
bonkers.
night. We've had a night, boys. I mean,
See,
we have had a night.
We've asked all these questions about can they do this, can they do that. For me, the biggest question right now is not at the first round, as far as the Eagles are concerned, is concluded. Can Desai and his revamped coaching staff coach these guys up?
Yeah.
That's the big
It's
question.
the great
to me.
unknown.
That is the great unknown right now.
You lost your linebackers coach, your secondary
Yep.
coach, and your defensive coordinator. As much as people, I get it, the frustration with Gannon, but it's a
Can
lot
you
of new
coach these
parts.
guys
It's
up?
a lot of new parts.
Well, and the other thing too is you've got a whole new while the defense theoretically is going to look the same, the terminology, the wording, the responsibilities, and some circumstances are going to be different. So there's going to be a learning curve for a lot of these players, and especially these 2 draft picks tonight in the first round. You're coming from the collegiate game to the pro game.
Yeah,
and you're getting a whole new verbiage. Just like Jordan Davis and I'm sure N'Kobe Dean probably struggled with it a little bit last year. A whole new verbiage. I mean, it's like Chinese when you're trying to learn a new defense, and the coaches are talking to you, and the defenses are being called, and you're like, what the hell is that?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got that, and you got a different, a similar but different philosophy. I can't imagine that Sean Desai is going to be as passive, as Jonathan Gannon, because even Vic Fangio ain't that passive.
Right.
Right. So there's going to be some changes. How quickly the players can pick up on it, how quickly the players can get to a point where they, believe in the coaching staff and the new DC the way that they did, after spending a year or 2 years with Jonathan Gannon. There's a whole lot that goes on here, man. So, while the talent helps, there's some underlying stuff that has to transpire during the OTAs and in the training camp and right into the regular season for those young guys that are going to be playing in the preseason. There's a lot
There's
going
growing.
on.
There's definitely some growing pains, and there's going to be a learning curve. There's no question about that. Yeah, I mean, you're suddenly going to be counting on a good amount of younger players on that side of the ball, especially. With guys who are going to have impact. I mean,
Hey, Kansas City did it last year.
yeah, they did.
Absolutely.
They did, and what the difference was? They had a phenomenal quarterback, which the Eagles have. They have a very smart offensive system, which the Eagles have as well. So I think early, Seth, that's where you see it, right? Early in the season, if you could get that thing rolling by mid-season, and then you pick up steam going to the playoffs.
Well, but what the problem is? The problem for me is normally, the way that they practice in the summertime, the first 4 or 5 weeks, it's like preseason for them.
That's true.
You're just fortunate enough to get through there at 500 or better, so you're not having to dig yourself out of the hole.
Yeah.
But there's certainly plenty enough time, throughout that 5-game window, depending on who they're playing and what the competition level is like, to be able to make that ascend and make that climb so that when they get to the meat of their schedule and when they get into playoff football, November and December, they're hitting their stride.
Yeah, no question. So we're just awaiting the final pick here of the first round with Kansas City Chiefs. But again, just in recapping here, the Eagles end up at number 9. They take Jalen Carter. At number 31, they take Nolan Smith. Both Georgia players. Carter is a defensive tackle. tackle. Nolan Smith is a linebacker edge from both from Georgia. Both played on the national championship teams to go with their teammates from the last couple of years in Kobe Dean and Jordan Davis from last year. So the Eagles have certainly dipped into the wild. I remember years we were screaming, like, what are they taking guys from the Pac-12? Why are they taking Washington guys? Well, there hasn't been a lot of that lately. There's been a lot of Alabama, a lot of Georgia, a lot of guys who played in big college games where the moment may not be too big for them in the NFL because they played in national championships and conference championships and whatnot. So we are working our way to the final pick here. You have Clark Hunt. Is that who that is?
Coming out with that trophy.
Yeah, who is the owner. He's got the trophy, the Lombardi trophy, and he's holding it up for all the Kansas City fans that are going crazy in the stands, and we're milking this for every last.
How ironic it is that the league picked Kansas City this year to hold the draft, and they just happen to have the trophy this year.
Yeah, and that hold ball just happened to get missed in the Super Bowl. How'd that happen?
Crazy how that happened.
Oh my God!
Wouldn't that be ironic?
And the field was all
weird.
If he walked out and slipped, wouldn't that be ironic? I think we'd all enjoy that a little bit. All right,
here we go. Who are they going to take?
So Kansas City, the final selection said
what?
Felix and DK Azoma, who is from Barrett School. He's a defensive end from Kansas State. Wow. All right, there you go. That's the last pick. And Duque Uzoma.
So they're not taking Meyer. So they're not going to see Kelsey with Meyer lining up both tight ends for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, he's last till the second round. So does Will Levis. And so does Brian Branch. Now do you move up, Mark, to the second round? There we go again. Yeah.
The fact that he's still there is great for round 2. Yeah. So hopefully the Eagles will still be able to fill that safety need. I still think they'll do what they've normally done. I think they go offensive line in the second round here.
Yeah.
And there's a good opportunity for that. If not, maybe this is where they'll focus on another running back helping them out. But I think still they'll tend to go to the offensive line.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know, it's funny, D-Gun, you talked about what would Andy do. They let Frank Clark go.
Yeah.
They identify this guy. He's not in the top 5,
right?
Defensive ends, but they saw something in this kid that said, okay, with the last pick in the draft of the first round, we're going to take this kid. I don't know much about him, but I'm gonna Google him tonight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna YouTube and just see what he brings to the table because Andy don't draft guys.
No.
If they don't even look like they made it out, they don't touch it.
Well, you know what? Give Spagnuolo some credit too, because Andy values his opinion.
Right.
And obviously, we sat here and talked about how we knew they had to replace Frank Clark. We didn't know when or where. But you're right. He's not a name that not many people talked about in going in the first round. So, I'm going to sit in my room tonight, look at my computer, and say, "Who the heck is this?" Because that's not one of the names I've been studying for the last month.
Yeah, you do that. I'm going to see how the Eagles get Brian Branch.
There you go. Or Joey Porter.
No, I'm going to go still Branch over Porter.
How the Eagles going to get
Brian Branch? I'll have an answer tomorrow.
I'll
figure out a way.
To get up.
You Google some guy that plays for the Chiefs. I'll Google a guy who went on the Eagles.
Yeah, in the second round.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. So, look, in short, they end up getting, again, position. Like, I'm looking at my notes, and I was going to throw at you guys, and we did most of the stuff, right? So, it started with Jalen Carter. I have Nolan Smith in there, Bijan. But, really, I mean, it's crazy that's what it ended up being.
Who? Who?
Yeah, Bijan. Yeah. See, only a night like tonight where they got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith could curtail the Bijan mania. I think at least we're not going to hear a lot of Bijan tomorrow would be my guess.
Well, the thing is, a lot
I'm
of people.
telling you, it was a smoke screen, man.
Yeah, people wouldn't listen to us. I understand fans being fans. I get it, but it doesn't make sense to take a running back that high in this offense. When you look at the success they had in the running game with running backs by committee, they were the 4th best running team in the 5th best running team in the National Football League, averaging almost $150 a game, with none of the top names of runners in the National Football League. They tell you, same way with Kansas City, we don't need the marquee game, because our system is sound.
All right, let's. We're about to wrap, so I'm going to work my way down the line. I'll start with Seth. Give me your final thoughts on everything that went down here, Seth.
Hey, listen, I give Howie an A+. But not only how he maneuvered, but his ability to be composed in a situation where he really wanted a guy.
Yeah,
and he didn't overstep his bounds and he didn't oversell to be able to get up and get the guy. as far as Nolan Smith is concerned, I think that's a byproduct of, all the quarterbacks that went off the board, the running backs that went off the board early, the linebackers that went off the board, and then the run of 4 wide receivers in a row, that pushed so much talent to the back end, of the draft. And, you get another premier pass rusher to add to, what you already had. So, I mean, as an Eagles fan, we went into this draft scratching our head about, what we're going to look like defensively, even though everybody kept talking about they wanted Bijan Robinson.
Yeah,
I think that we're a better football team, with what we have right now than we would have been if we took Bijan Robinson and we got Nolan Smith at the end.
Couldn't agree more. Marc Farzetta.
I mean, A+++++. If you would have told me you got both these guys, and so late in the draft, I would say, oh, if they were going to get Nolan Smith, then
traded
they
up.
Far up. They used a whole bunch of picks from next year's draft, and that's how they were able to get these two guys. It cost you a 4th-round pick, and the fact that there was this much talent still on the board in the later picks in this first round is insane to me. And it goes to show, look, I know it might be funny to think about Howie Roseman running back into the draft room saying, oh, I'm definitely going to make a pick at 30. But for all we know, he could have read the room as well as he did with that first pick when he took Jalen Carter, as well as he did with Nolan Smith with that last pick. This is a fantastic draft, A++ for Howie Roseman. And as they say, in Howie we trust.
All right, Derek Gunn.
A+, A+. Phenomenal haul. Now I'm intrigued to see, can you imagine Nolan Smith and Nakobe Dean playing linebacker for this team now? Can you imagine that? A bunch of kids out there. And to be honest with you, if Nakobe Dean's what we hope he is, I think with a second-year player who's untested and this rookie, I think the linebacking core is already better than what they had. I'll put it out there like that.
Wow.
And I love T.J. Edwards as a tackling machine, but I watched T.J. Edwards exclusively when he played at Wisconsin. The one liability he had at Wisconsin that he also had, there you go. He couldn't cover the pass. And I think these two guys with the speed and athleticism they have, I think that'll fix that problem.
All right. I will just say value and need. Value and need were hit hard tonight by the Eagles. And Georgia East, yes, sign me up. I love what they did. You walk away from this thing with a haul here on the defensive side. It's an area you needed to address in a big way, and they did. And then some. All right. I want to thank our great crew here. First of all, the folks here at Ocean Casino Resort, Matt and everybody, and Zach and everybody just did an unbelievable job for us. But our crew here, with Brett and Tamer and Rob Parker, our director, and Xander Krause, our executive producer, and of course Joe Krause running the show here, floor director, doing it all here. It takes a village. It takes a village to have a show like this. We had a lot of fun tonight.
We had the best of the best.
Yeah, and we appreciate everybody. And appreciate everybody hanging with us tonight and taking all this in. Here on JAKIB Sports Network. And Marc, you'll be back tomorrow bright and early?
Bright and early, 6 a.m. Farzy show on JAKIB Sports. We'll be reacting even further to this draft as I still compute what the heck happened tonight.
Exactly. Derek and I at noon with Sports Take. We'll be joined by our compadre, Barrett Brooks. But a lot of fun tonight. I'll tell you what, Seth, the Birds didn't let us down, man. There was a lot of excitement in this one. That's for sure.
Awesome, man.
Seth, great job. Great job, my friend.
Always.
Marc, excellent work out of you, Gunner. Way to keep it cranking, man. All right, that'll do it for us. I'm Rob Ellis. We appreciate you guys hanging with us. This has been the JAKIB Draft Special presented by IBEW Local 98, coming to you live from Ocean Casino Resort Topgolf. Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
The faces you know, the team you trust. The Delaware Valley's leading news program, Action News.
My name is Ivan Taki. I'm a Philadelphia born and raised artist, entrepreneur. Been doing this for 27 years. I got pulled over by an officer and I was wrongfully accused for something that I didn't do. So at that moment, I didn't think of nobody else to call but Adam. It's something about the way Adam himself is that makes the rest of the team play the same way. You want to have somebody that you can trust, somebody that you believe in, somebody that's fighting for you. In that situation and to know that you're in good hands. And when you feel that confidence and you feel that love and you feel that respect that you're not just a number, that they're actually taking a little bit extra oomph and extra love, then you know that you're in good hands and they're looking out for your best interests, whatever that may be.
Go for the beers. Go for the cheers. Go for the hit and the hits. Go for the scene. Go for the screens. Go for the gallery. Go for the win. Go to Ocean.
Hi, I'm Jim Muehlbronner, Managing Partner at Delval Insurance Group. Give us a call. We're a local, knowledgeable agency, not an 800 number. Go Birds!
We all know that taxes are just part of life. It's true during our working years, but also in retirement. But what you might not know is up to 85% of your Social Security benefits might be taxed. Our team at Thrive Financial has helped retire thousands of people across the Delaware Valley by asking questions they never knew they needed to ask, including how their Social Security benefits might be taxed. It's time to be proactive on taxes. Get your Thrive Retirement Tax Playbook today.
EAGLES, Eagles.